Back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had two things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason...
I thought this was the first one.
I don't
It
think
was our first one.
It was our first one.
So we'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one. And Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that
we're not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. The biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. They did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
Right, even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and parking just not being, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago, I had a friend of mine who he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, so it's one that we didn't always go to because of, the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
We never really attended the panels, and it was always a pain
and they
to
really
get through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like
would
they
do,
would do
a couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia Expo there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor, it was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area, they had a whole bunch of celebrities, so that if you wanted to partake in that.
It was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels.
Mm-hmm.
With plenty of seating.
Right.
You didn't have to sign up for any of them. You could just walk
and all
into
the panels
were,
it was actually open air. So, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh, so-and-so's speaking. We're like, oh, well, we'll sit down for a little bit.
Celebrities in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had of all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going back.
And again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their contract.
And the number of vendors. They must have had 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right. Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah. So definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that
even if you're a fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
yeah,
it wasn't just horror stuff,
right,
which was really nice.
Yeah, and they have a couple of other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You had typical pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
you had toy vendors there.
Right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff, as well. So
before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend since we're on a convention kick.
Sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the organizers of it.
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well, and that's how he got involved with it.
Right, so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
and we had so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so...
So much fun.
Didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic Con. So if you book through them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right. Even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either. So.
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last last year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas. And
SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open.
As long as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk.
Unless you just want
fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention, till 5:00 and think, oh, well, now I'm going to go to the boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time, places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat.
Absolutely.
And both were really good, so we would highly, recommend that. So again, for us, it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little, weekend, getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year. They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process. They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking not next year, but possibly the following year to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention. And it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and better.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better, and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running it.
Yeah.
So they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that, that we commented on, and when you had talked to, your coworker about it, they, said, yeah, that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have, here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away. And you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley because they're not interested in all of that. And, and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here, they mixed them in with everybody else. So it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything.
Absolutely.
So you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person, or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So Ocean City Comic Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now, because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores, but hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food. And then they have a couple of characters, walking around. creepy characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online, or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through Christmas light display. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like. And
usually what we'll do is if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll hit Peddler's Village, we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on fairly early, you get to enjoy those lights, and then on the way home, we'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if, because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
ones you could do,
but they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right. We have to assemble that this weekend.
We have to assemble that this
find
weekend.
stuff to burn. We'll be throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
yeah, bring it over. Just make sure it's cut down real small.
Right.
It's not a big pit. So anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully we'll be back on a regular cadence moving forward now.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So
right.
Moving forward, hopefully we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You're next. You do the rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on Instagram.com/Insights into Things. But obviously the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do. And that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to, that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than the technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just fine.
That's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here.
Unintentional.
We just haven't had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be. And we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right.
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again and find some entertainment value from it. So,
and I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind.
Mm-hmm.
It got to the point where we were struggling to find things.
Right.
To include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's once a month, it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come
Probably.
up with enough things to talk
Probably.
about. Especially now that convention season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to ZoloCon. ZoloCon.
It's your most favorite convention toy show to go to.
So we
so you can say that.
We have a little bit of footage from both of those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile, since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
last weekend.
Last weekend, which was that opening?
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend. They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair. Since they always do the D23 in California, the least they could do is give the East
right,
Coast
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else. It's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia. So really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different, behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I
Right.
know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives, look at stuff that, unless you work for, the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it? What did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What did they call it?
The different themed galleries, the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to...
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th. Okay. So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right. So two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
Out.
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and you know, because that was really their first musical, and so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect, and then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character, and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, you know, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there, and then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around together.
We kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks. So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the iPod. You know? But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books. These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did, which if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never realized
and that was one that I had missed. Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie, and then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that, and that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see, because you know so many people were going to see, but if you went past it, you would have missed it because you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years. If you know, have gone to the park, you know, recently, it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened, and I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them, and they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride.
Oh.
But the little model, it's the Doom Buggy. It's but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom Buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch.
Yeah,
that.
I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom Buggy. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any
What was the most impressive thing?
What was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think Walt's name badge. His name tag was probably. From a sentimental.
Totally The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus. Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet long.
Right.
It was monstrous.
Right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been like my.
But they didn't, and that was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing is I don't know if.
It's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do. He was so involved in doing that.
Like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted Mansion. So they did have that.
Let's run the video.
Sure.
You can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
Sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So, of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in it all the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
And move along!
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical. And
that was
the
neat
original.
They had the original scores there. For
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the...
Right, so they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
Some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course, BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little, though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again. Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of it music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
this is neat because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual ride there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
in a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice to be included. When the movie franchise makes as much as it does, you have to put something in from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop.
There is a gift shop.
So, they're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah. Not as many exclusive things as I would have expected.
This was actually seeing things from the musicals, too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then here's that the Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah.
It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because, again, this was part of the Broadway show and how they developed it and made the character. And then this was, this really cool Cinderella's castle that was kind of towards the end of it with, the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks when we're at the parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new, but if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within, the East Coast, or if, you're out in the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania, to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week, a long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So, this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually be doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room.
Right.
Where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right,
around. So
right.
You can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a
down
couple of
there as
different
well.
tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy
At
shows and
conventions,
conventions
yeah.
is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo
Right.
while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs,
Mm-hmm.
we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the
Okay.
week. So maybe on the weekends
Or
or
if
if
they've
they
got
have
an
an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the
Sure.
way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in
Right.
is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there.
Right.
There's a manufacturing in there.
So I could see like on a Friday.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
At what used to be the Brewster Aviation plant before World War II, and then it became the naval testing
Mm-hmm.
station as well. So again, Philadelphia has a lot of history just in that one little area there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dart.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're, getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle. Do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious because we ended up taking
'Cause
that.
it was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So
Which was themed, by the way.
yes, it was. It was space themed, so it was just so.
That was kinda
That
neat.
part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into pops, which that seems to be a
Which I'm not.
big seller. Almost everybody, you'll find a handful or 2 handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously, the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, we bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the one
Yeah, I was
thing
gonna
at,
say the
which I don't
pendant.
want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
Right, he
presents yet,
hasn't
but-
gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there who hand makes his own pendants.
Right,
And it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make
Right,
in
like
his next show.
what would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but
Right.
it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse, and I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's, again, something you never know what you're going to find when you go. And like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Just, knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool too this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's
The one
really kind of
thing
cool.
that I had noticed was, while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time, there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists
Yeah.
on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show,
Right.
even though there are guys that are selling comics.
Right.
So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time. that
Oh,
we were
okay.
there. But not really a lot in the way of artwork,
Right.
which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it
Mhm.
is, but
Right.
kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here
Mm-hmm.
this time, because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
Right.
for someone like me, who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for
Right.
the last piece I wanted, because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right. Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you, for
Right.
lunches. So, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought
Well, let
to
me
find. And
cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there, and I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit.
Mhm.
Just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you can see how wide these aisles
Oh,
are. So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
for the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people. like
Right,
you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was
And this was Sunday that we were there.
right. We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
If we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show, because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
'Cause they
Yeah, and
don't
you
wanna
have,
take home.
a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers,
Mhm.
which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
right.
I really need to coach her on not to make sudden movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice, because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there at
Right.
this one. So, here was
There's
the
your
pin,
Yeah.
and
Ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins, and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
But there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure.
Right.
toy. Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He
Uh-huh.
said he's got 3,000 pops back at his shop
Oh, I
right
bet.
now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins, he happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago. So we knew he was going to be there, so we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well, and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
Because everybody misses being around people and talking to people and doing this.
And I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors. I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love too. So it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Nice. Absolutely. And that was, they, one of the Facebook groups, they have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes?
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out. And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more stuff.
And that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion we don't need to buy anything more. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
it's the experience.
It's the experience of it, or to find that unique...
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time. Right. That I couldn't get anywhere else. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
Of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So much. I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not that I need more minis either.
Right, but you don't need more minis either. But that's that's the thing, is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's really...
Fan Expo. It's not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
It'll always be Wizards to me, just like Downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The new old Bob show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So
The original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And, you know, he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years. Kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's $5.5 billion in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. You know, like, for instance, that new Quantumania movie came out and it tanked at the box office. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
right. So
why
why
spend the money to go to the box office?
Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap. Really, I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there.
Right.
And it's not quality stuff. So
the stuff that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, there have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a 2nd season or a 3rd season. Like, okay.
Right.
Thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something.
Right.
Until there's
it's almost like
3 or 4
Google.
seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching. And usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that $5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God. Mm-hmm. You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached a point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney. Mm-hmm. So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years? Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant when he's still doing things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida. That's a whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness.
Well, and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
Hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself. And now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
he picked all of his board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the Central Florida Tourism District or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact. Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
Absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who, don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, you know, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, you know, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, you know, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course there's, you know, all the different people saying that, you know, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're gonna just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country,
right? And
see how quick.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, you're gonna. It's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there, and you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric.
Yeah.
The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's going to be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah,
hopefully.
because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician.
Right, exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world, again, a company with more money than God, backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
That's never going to end well for a DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right.
To
try and get him.
Right. Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right.
So the problem is Chapek dug a huge hole.
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's going to have to, he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place. And then, of course, you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down, was down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again. Like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something.
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my God.
They're not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going anywhere. They're modifying it again.
They'll never win me back. With Genie Plus. I'm sorry. It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience. I walked out of Disney for the first time in, 18 years that we've been going? 15 years that we've been going? Walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it. And when you're paying Disney money,
Right.
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well, and you know, but you never even you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was, you know, like, yeah, there were probably people when FastPass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work, and you know, and that was
once you got to hang a FastPass, you could make the system work for you.
right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody.
I don't know that's the thing is I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
it's
the
a
other
broken system.
But that's my whole point is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. That's where.
And the thing is, they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
Right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it was.
Right.
Three, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you can get around the park.
Right, exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation. I shouldn't have to be constantly on my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, you know, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
it was simple. It
you
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your phone.
I could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I could go to a park cast member in the park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple.
No, I agree.
So, sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want a salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a while.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
so
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
And that's the thing is, where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from, you know, certain divisions? Is it a little bit?
They didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right. And that was going to be my next thing is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park or, you know, where they had worked before. So that's okay. How many, you know, are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it, you know, that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I go down?
But I'm paying
you're
for.
You're not going to cut the price.
Right.
You're going to raise the price and cut the
because you need to
service
make
again.
them right because you need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are.
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway, okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It was good to
see. Do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram
Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone. Welcome into Insights into Tomorrow, episode 19, The State of Microsoft Games. My name is Sam Whalen. I'll be your host today, and alongside me is my co-host, Mr. Joseph Whalen. How you doing today, Joe?
I'm doing great, Sam. How are you doing?
Figured we keep it, not so formal for the show. I'm doing pretty good. Today's episode is going to be an update to episode 16. If you guys check that out, we talked about Microsoft in that episode, and it's been about a year since that big deal with Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard. That's all still been going on for a year. So we're going to give you a little bit of an update on that, as well as the state of Microsoft and where we think their games are going in the future. So just off the top, have you heard anything big about this acquisition or potential acquisition since that episode 16?
Well, I know they've ran into some issues with U.S. regulatory and UK, right? But I think they got green lights in Europe, which I think is kind of ironic that the UK is fighting it, but the EU actually kind of gave them the green light on it.
Yes, when our global nations have to interact with our gaming companies, things can get pretty complicated. But just a quick recap before we take a break. On January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft announced they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction. I forgot about that part. Valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 a share at the time. Like we said, however, in the year since that, there have been lots of changes, lots of roadblocks, and things have definitely not gone as planned for Microsoft. So today we're going to look at some of those recent developments for the games and the state of the deal and the rough release of one game in particular and what the future looks like for Xbox and their games. So before we take our break, just want to remind you can subscribe to our show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. Anywhere you get your podcast, we will be there for you. Contact information, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are insights_things. Facebook, you can search us there as well. Instagram, Insights Into Things. And all these links can be found on our websites, insightsintothings.com. Anything else to add?
I think that's it.
All right, let's get right into it. We'll be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Insights into Tomorrow, number 19, talking Microsoft, talking Blizzard, talking Activision. So, as I gave the recap in the beginning, this deal happened about a year ago for around $69 billion. However, there was some recent news which caused us to want to record this episode. So after months of deliberating, the United Kingdom's Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA, which is like their version of the FTC, blocked Microsoft's pending acquisition of Activision Blizzard, primarily citing the potential monopolization of cloud gaming services if the deal went through. Now we're deep in the Microsoft ecosystem. I'd say I play Xbox all the time. You've been a Microsoft fan for a lot of your life, I think.
Sure.
Do you think cloud gaming when you think Microsoft?
Actually, no, I don't. As a matter of fact, recently I had canceled my Game Pass subscription.
Oh, really?
I hadn't been using it. There wasn't any games. All the games that were coming out on Game Pass were uninteresting. There wasn't anything that I liked, and I wasn't playing anything on there because I had moved over to predominantly play. When I did console, I moved over to the PlayStation. But most of my gaming's on the PC to begin with anyway, and I wasn't taking advantage of any of the Game Pass stuff on PC anymore. Like I played through Halo Infinite, and that was like the last big thing that I really did with Xbox, and I was playing Call of Duty and a couple of time killers is what I refer to as, but there wasn't anything that really kept my interest on it, so I couldn't justify the cost.
Yeah, I'm partially responsible for your shift to Sony and PlayStation. I've definitely recommended a lot of those games to you. But personally, I use Game Pass all the time. I think it's still the best value in gaming. If you're, for the kind of person that I am when I play games, I like to try all different kinds of things. And I think for the price you're paying, you're getting a great variety as well as all those things that are already included, and they're updating it regularly.
Well, and I don't doubt its value. I just doubt my use for it at the time.
Right.
And I've taken the same mentality with streaming video now. Like, if there's something that I want to watch, I'll subscribe to that service. I'll watch whatever it is, and then when it's between seasons, I'll get rid of it if there isn't anything else that really interests me. And there hasn't been any games that Microsoft has been coming out that has been interesting enough to me to keep it. Whereas, you have me on PlayStation doing Ragnarok, you have me doing Last
Spider-Man.
of Us, Spider-Man. So I've been kind of embroiled in all those games now. So I wasn't touching the Xbox for anything other than physical games that I own, like Rock Band and stuff like that.
Yeah, you mentioned the lack of games on Xbox, and that's something we're going to hit on a little bit later on the show. But going back to the citing of cloud gaming as part of the reason why this deal was blocked in the United Kingdom, this is a quote from Martin Coleman, who chaired the panel that investigated the deal. He said, "Cloud gaming needs a free, competitive market to drive innovation and choice that is best achieved by allowing the current competitive dynamics in cloud gaming to continue to do their job." Now, where this argument comes from is because part of your Games Pass subscription is something called xCloud, which is Microsoft's version of cloud gaming, where you can, boot up you can stream games to your phone or to your TV without having to download them. And it is very convenient. I don't really use it because I don't have a problem with storage too much. But that's kind of the main thrust of it. And we'll get into it a little bit later, but the numbers were slightly inflated because they're assuming that everyone that uses Games Pass is also using that xCloud service, and that's just not the case. This is from the Gamer article we have linked in the show notes here. The CMA claims that if the acquisition goes through, it would only reinforce the Xbox maker's strong position in cloud gaming, and it could potentially hold control of 60 to 70% of the cloud gaming market. And that's sort of where we get those inflated numbers, right? 60 to 70% of the market. Obviously, that would be a monopoly, and sort of a monopoly. I guess 100% would be a monopoly, but that's a scary number, having one company control 60 or 70% of that market, especially since gaming in general is sort of shifting toward that cloud method of service, where you don't necessarily have to download your games. You can just stream them. You have the Xbox that you have, the one without the disk drive,
Right.
is primarily meant to have that service, so you don't have to download the games because it has a smaller storage capacity.
It's funny you mention that. I've never actually streamed a game to my console. All the games I've had, I've downloaded and played on the local machine itself. If they're talking streaming as their definition of cloud gaming, I don't know how popular that is, because there are technological limitations to that.
Yep.
There's only, yes, it's great that I can burn somebody else's computer resources and graphics to generate the stuff and stream it down to me. But when you're playing stuff that's competitive, online gaming, like first-person shooters, there's latency from the time that you push a button on your controller to the time it gets to the server and gets back to you. You can't overcome. I mean, that latency is a limitation of the speed of light. You can't overcome that. We have no way to overcome that right now. So unless they're putting data centers in right around the corner from my house that I'm streaming from, there's a technological problem from running it locally to running it over there. And if that's what they're calling cloud-based gaming, I think you're limited in what you can offer as far as that. You want to play Words with Friends or the puzzle games and stuff like that, I think you're okay. But when you want to get into, the die-hard competitive games where people are running cheats to take advantage of that lag time, I don't think that's the right recipe for it. And I think that's a lot of the reason why Google got out of the streaming gaming too.
Yeah, it's definitely the biggest barrier to entry, right? I mean, not everybody has top of the line internet all around the country, especially when you're getting into less populated areas. In some parts of in this country alone, it's just not going to work, right? Because you've got satellite based internet or something like that.
Yeah.
So you're already limiting your market there. Now latency has always been a problem with multiplayer games, especially like in like fighting games, and they've kind of found workarounds with it with like rollback netcode, where the game is trying to anticipate and guess what you're going to do before you do it, and that can significantly help with that latency. But when you're looking at a company like Microsoft, whose predominant AAA games are all not first person shooters, but they're all like competitive shooters like Halo, Gears of War, even Sea of Thieves, which is definitely not competitive, but it is still a multiplayer online experience. Latency is going to be a problem in all those games. So is cloud gaming the direction you really want to push this in if you're relying on that multiplayer ecosystem pretty much at all times?
Well, and the other issue that you run into from a technological standpoint is when you're streaming games, you need a lot of bandwidth to stream the games. When you're playing on your local console to a server in the cloud, you're only sending telemetry at that point. So it's much less bandwidth requirements in order to handle that kind of data than if you're trying to stream the actual game back and forth. Yeah, you're upstreaming telemetry to it when you're streaming the game, but all that video is pre-processed, pre-rendered, and basically streamed down to you as if you're watching it at that point in time on a TV. So that takes a lot of bandwidth. And you've already got companies like Comcast and Verizon that are capping your bandwidth now because of the amount of usage you have. And as you move to a model where your model relies on enhancing the amount of bandwidth that you use, you're going to start getting pushback from your ISPs. You're going to start getting data caps. You've already got home internet from T-Mobile and Verizon and AT&T over their cellular networks where you only get that high-speed 5G for a certain amount of that month. And when you hit a certain cap, it drops it down to slower speeds, and that's going to have an impact on this type of gaming.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about, like, if this is the push we're gonna go for. It seems like Sony has its own version of Games Pass where they've got a ever-changing catalog of games coming in that you pay a flat fee per month, and then you can download these games and play them as they come to the service. It's just like what they have with Games Pass, and Ubisoft has one. A lot of these companies, they're doing that Netflix of gaming approach, combined with the cloud gaming aspect as well. So, if that's the way the industry is going, what is that going to look like with other companies? Like you talk about the ISPs and things like that. Is everybody going to have to change if that's where gaming is going in the future? Because this is still, a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar industry that can throw its weight around if it needs to.
Well, and what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with streaming. You're going to have partnerships with the ISPs where the gaming companies are going to have to pay for premier access. Netflix, for instance. So Netflix actually has licensing arrangements with the various ISPs where Netflix puts essentially a caching proxy server inside their network. So when you request a movie for Netflix, you'll go up to Comcast. Comcast will hit the server that they're hosting, and if the movie's there, it'll stream from there. If it's not, it'll go out to Netflix then and get it, but then it caches it inside that network. So everyone else who requests that movie now gets it from the local. You're going to run into them doing the same type of thing where you're going to have exclusive partnerships with ISPs, which is going to cost the gaming companies money, and the gaming companies aren't going to absorb it. They're obviously going to pass it down to the customers. So you're going to see an increase in your monthly cost for that when the ISPs start getting fed up with it.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing increases in prices of Games Pass and things like that. I mean, Netflix too is notorious for raising their prices. All streaming services, it's just part of the, it's part of the I guess, the business practice. It's how these things go. And especially, you talked about how you'll cancel your service if you're not using it. Most people don't do that. I'm one of them. The companies count on you not canceling and just letting it lapse every month so they can keep getting that money.
Well, and they deliberately make it difficult to cancel. You can't say, oh, if I don't renew this, I don't want it to auto renew. You can't stop auto renews on these. And when you go to cancel them, you got to jump through, 4 or 5 flaming hoops to go through to cancel these because they're counting on people not to go through that hassle.
Yeah, exactly. Getting back to the Microsoft Activision deal, though, this blockage in the UK is a huge blow for Microsoft, and the acquisition continues to face roadblocks from various international regulators. The FTC also is suing to block the deal in the US, citing concerns over Microsoft's habit of acquiring game studios as part of the Microsoft gaming brand. So that the FTC is not necessarily going with the cloud gaming angle. They're more worried about Microsoft buying up all these studios and sort of putting them under the Microsoft umbrella and having too much influence on them. But historically, Microsoft hasn't really done that. They will buy a studio and acquire it, but only so they can have their games on Games Pass. They don't necessarily have direct influence on the creative side of things, which you could see as better or worse, as we'll talk about in our second segment. But yeah, Microsoft has generally had a hands-off approach to a lot of these studios, aside from asking for that Games Pass Day 1 exclusive. So do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, and I think that's probably the most dangerous aspect of this entire thing for Microsoft, because it signals a level of scrutiny that they've not been under before. Because the acquisition of development studios for gaming isn't just restricted to gaming for Microsoft. They've done this across the board for all the properties they're offering. Their antivirus software was acquired. Their voice messaging service was acquired. Their team service was acquired, and it was all acquired and rebranded. So if they're going to get government regulation looking into their acquisition of various development companies for gaming, what would stop it at gaming? When they start acquiring things that become competitive in different aspects, because Lord knows Microsoft has already had issues with monopoly, complaints and stuff like that. But this is a practice they do across the board, not just gaming. So if they're getting scrutiny for gaming now, that's going to open up the board for everything against them moving forward.
Yeah, I think ultimately what a lot of this comes back to is it pro-consumer or anti-consumer? And I think when you even enter the monopoly word into the conversation, I think immediately it's going to turn a lot of people off. We don't want, myself included, we don't want one company owning everything, because then it stifles creativity, it stifles innovation, and especially when it comes to gaming, when one company is buying up all these studios, it can, and if those studios are poorly managed by the overhead company, it can negatively impact the kind of games we're getting, not to mention all the people that work for those studios. We haven't had a similar issue with Sony. Sony acquiring Insomniac, Guerrilla Games. They've been doing the same thing, but their games are very successful because Sony is much more hands-on with how they're running these studios. They have a very clear vision of what they want a Sony-branded game to be, and Microsoft hasn't really done that. And unfortunately, Sony is kind of winning this arms race of studio acquisitions because of their more hands-on approach.
Well, and Microsoft traditionally has had that issue across the board on all their properties, where the only property that they're really being successful at managing is their Azure system, their cloud server providers. Everything else, they don't seem to know what they want to do. Like, it still puzzles a lot of people that Microsoft is even involved in gaming. Microsoft dipped their toe in the hardware, the computer hardware business back with the Surface Pro series line launch. And all that did was really anger all their OEMs because it's cutting into their business. So Microsoft seems to have this, I want to do everything, but I don't necessarily want to do everything good. And the lack of quality seems to show quite frequently in some of their offerings.
Yeah. So despite the UK and US kind of combating the deal, the EU, European Union, has approved the deal despite those countries' hesitations. And again, like I mentioned before, EU officials claim that the estimation of Xbox cloud gaming dominance is being overstated, with all Xbox Games Pass users being counted as cloud gaming users, despite that not being the primary purpose of the service. So if the deal goes through, would Xbox truly hold a monopoly? You know, if they are able to acquire Activision, Blizzard, and King, I don't know. I'd have to rewatch episode 16. It was a long time ago. But King is the mobile brand and side of that thing. And mobile games make a ton of money. So if, King makes Candy Crush and all those kind of games, if Microsoft were to hold that, would they have a monopoly in the market? And what does this mean for other gaming companies like Sony and Nintendo?
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think it would be a monopoly from the get-go. And I think in a market as volatile as the gaming market is and as fickle as the gaming market is, the market will regulate itself for the most part. If it becomes monopolistic, then you can step in and regulate it and break it up. You're not going to stop consolidation in the gaming market. You're just not, because you've got 3 platforms, really, 2 platforms. I don't really count Nintendo as a competitive platform at this point.
I don't know. They got that new Zelda game making a lot of money.
And that's probably the last good game they're going to come out with on the Switch.
With the Switch, yeah. 7-year-old outdated hardware.
Yeah. But that's their shtick, really. But you don't have platforms out there that you can release this stuff on. So as a result, you're going to have consolidation. Remember way back when Sega decided that they were getting out of the console business and they had all their exclusives. And they basically, all the sharks that were circling around, Microsoft and Sony and everyone, swooped in to get these exclusives. Well, how many of those exclusives are exclusives that are exclusive moneymakers now? Sonic the Hedgehog. When was, aside from a really, questionable choice on movies, since when has Sonic the Hedgehog been something that's been significant?
Sonic Frontiers. That was like last year.
Yeah.
I don't think it's exclusive, though. Is it? I don't know. I have to look.
I don't think it is. But when that happened, everyone thought that you were going to have monopolies come out of that. And you're not. People are going to buy the game that's quality. And if you don't put out a quality game, it doesn't matter how many game studios you own. If it's not quality, they're not going to use it. And Microsoft has run into this numerous times. You know how many people have moved off of Microsoft Office because of how terrible it's become?
Yeah.
And they don't want to pay for the subscription for a service that they've never paid. Just questionable business practices is what turns people off. And Microsoft has kind of demonstrated, they've been the poster boy of how not to be monopolistic at this point in time based on quality.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to that issue of quality, which is exactly what we're going to cover in our next segment. After the break, we'll take a look at the launch of Redfall and other Xbox games exclusives and how they impact Xbox's place in the gaming landscape, and of course, that ever-important question of quality right after the break. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 19 of Insights into Tomorrow, where we are talking the Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard and Activision and King. Acquisition and Activision are really hard to say in the same sentence.
That is a tongue twister.
My name is Sam Whalen, and of course we've got Joseph Whalen on the other side on the ones and twos. But we just talked about the deal itself. Now we're going to get more into the issue of quality and what that means for Xbox going forward. So the big news story in the past couple weeks, if you follow any kind of gaming news, is the release of Redfall. This comes from publisher Bethesda and developer Arcane Studios. You might know Arcane from games like Prey and Dishonored. All great games. Redfall was released on May the 2nd to disastrous critical and audience reviews. This was kind of a big shock. Well, For a while, it was a big shock. There was some IGN footage that had come out before the game came out that people ragged on the reviewer that was playing it because they were doing. They weren't. It looked like they were bad at games. Kind of boil it down. But when the game came out, people realized that that's just the game. The game is not easy to play, and it's really poorly optimized, and it's a big letdown from a studio like Arcane that is known for their immersive sims like Prey and Dishonored. I've played the game myself. I've played Redfall. It's real bad. But it did come out to Games Pass, so I had the opportunity to play it as part of that subscription. Have you seen any footage or reviews or articles about Redfall?
I've seen some gameplay footage of it. I haven't played it myself, obviously, because I don't have my Game Pass subscription. And I've read a couple of reviews. In fact, in preparation for the show today, I was doing some research on it. And you're right. The reviews pretty much across the board are pretty consistent. And when you start getting 4 or 5 people that are saying the same exact thing that's wrong with the game, chances are that's probably what's wrong with the game.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, I'm not shocked, given the hype around this and what the great hope for this was supposed to be. The last 4 or 5 years of games like that have kind of fallen flat. You had Halo Infinite had the same problems. You had Cyberpunk had the same type of problem. Like, you have games that the market is demanding that they come out. You have pressures on development houses that are forcing you to release games before they're ready. And I honestly think that part of the problem with this is largely to do with the cloud infrastructure, because the idea, the philosophy right now is, oh, well, we can kick that out and patch it next week. Yeah. We're fine. We're good. Where before, when you put it out on a disk and you didn't have all the cloud infrastructure in place, it had to work. You didn't have the opportunity to put 5 patches out. We just saw it happen with the new Star Wars game that came out. The first patch that came out was literally 3 times the size of the original game. So it doesn't shock me. I think the problem we have is the market drivers that are forcing these out rely too heavily on the fact that they can be patched, but they neglect to take into effect the negative press that your property is going to get in the process.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Phil Spencer, who's sort of the public face of Xbox, he's not. I don't think he's a CEO, but he's like the guy when you think Xbox. He's been doing the rounds. He's been taking the hits for Redfall. But one of the things he talked about was this concept of when to delay a game, and he says it's not always purely based on hitting that economic goal. Sometimes it is for creative reasons, and a lot of what he talked about was. Ultimately, what they say is what it comes down to is if the studio is not meeting their creative goals, then that's when there's a serious issue. And he not so subtly suggested that might have been part of the problem with Redfall, is that the folks at Arcane were not necessarily making the game they wanted to make, but this game was hyped up a lot, and it had to come out, and they already delayed it, and it didn't really seem to make that much of a difference. You talk about Jedi Survivor had the same thing. That game got delayed. But still came out with a litany of technical issues, a litany of problems, and a day one patch that was like 100 gigs. So, it's the past 3 months have seen multiple releases that are almost fully broken at launch, especially on PC. I mean, you play a lot on PC.
Yeah.
PC ports are notoriously not as well optimized as a console. But it really starts to raise the question of, exactly what you said, this tarnishing of the brand of, it's almost become standard when a AAA game releases to give it 3 to 4 months to have it actually be functional, especially if it's like a multiplayer game. And it's like, at what point did this just become okay? I'm still the guy, I'm definitely part of the problem. I will buy a game day one if I want it. But yeah, a lot of these games are coming out and they're just not finished. And when a game will take 4 to 5 years to make, do we give it 6 to 7 years at that point? Is that too long? Is it an issue of crunch in development where developers are getting high pressure to put these games out, so they're slipping up and there's issues there? Is it a marketing problem? Are we showing these games too early? We put out a CGI trailer 3 years before the game comes out, and people every year are asking at Summer Games Fest and things like that, where's Redfall? Where's whatever? That by the time the game comes out, it's not at all what people thought it was going to be. which is kind of what happened with Redfall. Nobody really knew what it was because it was a lot of cool CGI trailers. You know, you knew it was a shooter. You knew it was arcane, so you can imagine you're going to have some immersive sim elements, probably some supernatural or magic elements. But then the game gets closer to release and you have these people doing previews and they describe it as like Far Cry or like Destiny, and everybody's scratching their heads of like, what? That's not what Arcane has ever been known for. They're known for single player immersive experiences. And Redfall comes out and it's like a Far Cry Borderlands type game, and it doesn't even really nail that because those kind of games don't really perform as well as they used to. And like in the 2010s, that was sort of the formula. Massive open world, play how you want. But Redfall doesn't really do that well either, unfortunately. And I don't want to sit here and just bash the game because I do like Arcane. I'm a big Prey fan. I love Dishonored. Redfall just wasn't hitting the mark. It's got a current score on Metacritic, the Xbox version, a 56 on Metacritic, 3.5 user score. With critics citing extremely poor performance, uninteresting mechanics, and it overall just felt rushed. And like I said, I played the game myself. That is very true. From the moment you boot it up, like there aren't cutscenes. It's just still images with audio over it, and I'm like, what are we? I don't know. It blows my mind. There's a lot of little issues. There's a lot of texture pop in. You can go watch the Digital Foundry video on YouTube. They did a great breakdown of it, of like the nitty gritty technical issues. And it's like, how does a game like this come out in 2023? It blows my mind.
Well, and a lot of people want to rush to judge Microsoft on this for having a game come out that doesn't meet their standards. And like you had said in the previous segment, Microsoft has been largely hands-off on this project and most of their development studios. So I think the problem that you run into is Microsoft is involved from a finance standpoint and from a make sure it gets out the door on time standpoint. But from the creative side of things, I think Microsoft is largely hands-off on a lot of this stuff. And I think that's probably the problem, is that if you're coming out with an exclusive on Microsoft's platform, Microsoft needs to be there. It needs to be part of that process to make sure that it meets their standards. And it makes me wonder, maybe it does meet their standards. Maybe Microsoft's standards are just that low.
Yeah.
Because what this is a reflection of so many other things that Microsoft has released that is subpar and is one of those kick it out the door, we'll patch it later type things.
Wow.
So it very well might meet their standards is the problem.
Yeah, and it's tough because when you own a studio and you have the ability to make sure that all the problems that modern day releases have don't happen, but you still do, right? Like we talk about Cyberpunk and how disastrous that was. That wasn't owned by anybody. That was CD Projekt Red. That was their game, published on all platforms or released on all platforms, and it had all those issues. You look at a Sony game, you look at Ragnarok, you look at Horizon Forbidden West, you look at Spider-Man 2 whenever that comes out, or Spider-Man 1 even. There is a pedigree to a Sony game. When you boot it up, you know that it's probably going to be awesome, at the very least, or not have a lot of these problems that a lot of modern day games are facing. There aren't that many technical glitches. It runs well. It tells a good story. And Sony's focusing on single player games while Microsoft is more on the multiplayer side of things. But there still has to be that pedigree when you are a big studio a big publisher like Microsoft or a big company like Sony. You've got to have a quality control level that sets the standard for your brand. I mean, it's just, I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, I have been out of the Sony ecosystem for quite some time until you kind of dragged me back into it kicking and screaming when I was finally able to get hands on a PS5. And the gaming experience, first of all, the user interface on the PS5s is completely different than the Xbox. I found the PS5 to be much more refined, much more, well, it was difficult. There was a learning curve for me. Whereas the interface on the Xbox is juvenile almost. It's cluttered.
It's awful.
It is. It's hard to navigate. But the gaming experience itself, when I fired up the last two games that you had me play, the Last of Us and
Ragnarok,
God of War.
Yeah.
When I fired those up, it wasn't a gaming experience. it was a movie experience from day one. From the time you turned it on, the menus, everything, it was an interactive movie. You felt like you were part of it. The cutscenes, the dialogue, everything, the acting, the story, it was an interactive movie that you were part of. Maybe that's because it was focused for single player.
Right.
I don't get that. Like, I didn't get that when I played, the sequel to Red Dead. I didn't get that from Red Dead either. But the Sony experience itself, the attention to detail, and the level of quality. Now, granted, Spider-Man had some quality issues in it.
No, you think so?
Yeah, there's a few things in there that were an issue. But for the most part, everything was cinematic in the experience that I got to play. And it made me really enjoy the experience. And when I play stuff on Xbox, it's literally just to kill time. It's not to enjoy myself, to immerse myself, or anything. So they're two very different types of gaming styles and platforms. And they're managed very differently. That quality comes across, and it's just blatantly obvious in just starting the game up.
Yep.
And that's where the biggest contrast, I think, is to me.
Yeah, and Redfall comes out at the time when Microsoft has been sorely lacking in those first-party AAA titles, which is exactly what you talk about. Off the top of your head, you can name 3 or 4 Sony games that you've played that hit a chord with you.
Yeah.
And Microsoft just doesn't have that, and they haven't for a very long time.
Well, and I'll tell you, I'm a huge, huge Halo fan.
Yep.
Okay. Not only have I loved every one of the games that came out, well, I've played every one of the games that came out.
Halo Wars 2?
I've read all the novels. I'm up to date.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of reading the latest novel.
We're
now.
both huge Halo fans.
Love it, love it, love it. Halo Infinite just did not resonate with me, did not hit with me. It's ironic that the environment that you're in was so broken, because it felt like the storyline and the character development and everything else was equally broken.
Yep.
Like, you jump into this and you're completely disjointed. You have no idea what's going on. It was buggy. There was a number of glitches that crept up through the thing that prevented me from progressing until a patch came out. But it just didn't have that refined feel. And the fact that the terrain that you're on is literally a shattered world only reinforced. And to me, it was almost like, oh, well, they just didn't finish it. They decided to make it part of the storyline.
Yeah, the ring is unfinished that you're on.
Right.
Yeah.
And, like, it literally felt like they just didn't feel like finishing the game. And so much the game was missing when it came out. I played through it. I did all the side missions, and I haven't gone back to it in months, probably a year at this point. And there's no reason for me to.
Right. Yeah. So Halo Infinite came out in 2021. Personally, I really enjoyed the campaign at launch. But, Halo is always kind of a weird story to follow if you go play all the games. Like, the story is not always the forefront. It's always the gameplay. And the gameplay in Infinite was good, but a lot of where the issues come in is with the multiplayer of Infinite. It had little to no multiplayer support post-launch, and it took forever to get the content updates going for that service. It took forever for that to start rolling out, and it ended up leading to Microsoft cleaning house at 343 months after the release, just because of how big of a failure it was. I still play Halo multiplayer every once in a while. I don't know why. I just really, it's still Halo at the end of the day, and I still enjoy that. But it had so much potential, and everybody at the time was saying, Microsoft can't mess this up. And they kind of did. Like, the multiplayer at launch, everybody was on board. It's such an exciting announcement when they announced that the multiplayer was going to be free. They announced it day and date at, I forget where. Very exciting, very hype around that. But as time goes on, the campaign comes out, and it's the semi-open world. It still feels good. It still feels like Halo, but then there's just nothing. There's just nothing after it, and it's almost like they just, like, this is Halo. This is, when you buy an Xbox, Master Chief is on the box, and it's like, how are we not dumping all of our resources into this? It blows my mind. You had the thing with co-op. Co-op didn't come out at launch. Forge was delayed, all these pieces. And I think Infinite was delayed like a year, like a long time. And again, it still comes out at launch and it's missing all these pieces. And it's like, guys, how did you not nail this? Like, it's Halo. Like, this is your one thing.
Well, and the other problem that I had with this whole thing, one, you had 2 downloads, basically. Two applications that you ran, 2 games you ran. You could either run the multiplayer or you could run the campaign. It wasn't until months later that they were even integrated into each other. So it was a completely disjointed experience. But the other problem they had here, which I think really highlights the Game Pass problem that they're running into, is it was released on Game Pass.
Yep, I was just going to mention that. Yep.
How do you expect to make money on a premier game if you're going to give it away for free on your subscription service?
Yep.
Like, even Disney Plus is smart enough not to put their movies on Disney Plus the day they come out in theaters. Now, granted, there's legal reasons for that, too. But, like, make them wait a month, 2 months, 3 months. Like, there was a point in time when you would get pre-orders so that you could get exclusive content. You would get pre-orders so you could get the higher-end versions of the games. You get a full, on all that stuff. Nowadays, what's the point of a pre-order if you're going to release it at the same time on your subscription service?
Pre-orders are also a way to project sales numbers, too.
They are. But right now, I think the thing with pre-orders is I'm willing to pre-order a game if I'm guaranteed that it's going to work on day one. That's really what I'm shooting for. If I pre-order for you, maybe you can pay the developers more to finish the game.
Yeah, which it probably isn't going to work on day one. But yeah, you bring up the issue of Games Pass, and this ties back into Redfall as well. Games Pass is still a good value, but it's worth noting that any game that comes out day one on Games Pass is already going to face tough sales numbers. Games Pass tends to cannibalize sales numbers in exchange for that wider access. And I think that's what Microsoft was banking on with Halo, is that, hey, it's on Games Pass. If you guys get Games Pass, you'll have Halo, our flagship title. You'll have it day one on your new console. And yeah, that might have worked in the short term, but in the long term, where's the money coming from, really?
Yeah.
So going back to Redfall, in just 2 weeks since its launch, Redfall has had a drastic reduction in players. And this is coming from Steam, so take it with a grain of salt. I know it's tough to compare, but Steam numbers are probably pretty accurate still. At its debut, Redfall was averaging around 6,000 players, and that figure has plummeted to around 200 players since May 16th. So that's like 2 to 3 weeks. You're losing, I don't know math, a lot of players. And it's overall, this has been a bad look for Microsoft. You know, we talked a lot about Halo, and that was another big one where it's just like, you know, Microsoft hypes up these first-party releases, and they're almost always disappointments. Especially in a time when games like Ragnarok, like we talked about, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom are dominating critically and financially for Sony and Nintendo. You know, what is Microsoft doing to make themselves stand out in, you know, I don't like console wars. I think that's stupid, but it is competitive business still. It's not, you know, we're not going to say Xbox is better than a PlayStation, but like, these are businesses that are selling products, and some businesses are selling their products, better products, and they're selling them better.
Well, and I think the real funny thing here is in doing my research ahead of time, I read one article and they talked about, from a hardware perspective, the Xbox is better hardware.
Yep.
It's more powerful hardware. But they can't get the software right. So it doesn't matter how much horsepower you throw at the problem. If the game doesn't run, it doesn't run really fast on a good
right.
system, right? So why they need to focus less on the hardware, right? Because you have a console there that's overly powerful for the type of gaming that you need right now, which is great for future-proofing it. If you've got a future, if you can't keep your premier product, I mean, Halo is the Xbox franchise.
Yep.
If you can't do that right, what are you going to do right? You own it.
Yeah.
You made it, you know? And, like, people are longing for the Bungie days now. Like, 343 Studios was clever, and it was neat, and it had promise, and it hasn't delivered on that promise.
And there, you know, I mentioned that story about Microsoft laying off a bunch of people at 343. We don't like to see people get laid off. Obviously, that's bad. But also, it blew my mind that 343 kept Halo. They didn't give it to another publisher or developer. Like, after all this, we're still going with 343. Nobody liked Halo 4 or 5.
Right.
And it's like, we're still staying with 343. Like, okay. I mean, I guess if they fired a lot of the people, maybe they'll bring new people in to give it a new voice or to make it better. I don't even know what's next for Halo. I have no idea what they're going to do. Do you think they do another mainline entry? Do you think we get I don't know. Do you have any ideas?
From a storyline standpoint, I don't think you can go much further down. I mean, granted, you've got the whole TV show now with Master Chief. That's a completely different animal.
Yeah.
But I think from a storyline standpoint in Halo, you either have to reinvent the brand itself, or you have to move on to some other storyline.
And that's what everybody thought Infinite was going to be.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be, we're in the age of the soft reboot sequel. That's what everybody thought Infinite was going to be. And in some ways it was, but we still kept the convoluted plot that everybody didn't like about Halo.
Right.
They should have just stripped it down to Halo 1, where it's very simple objectives, and they just didn't do that. And, you know, they had this, it was like they had the setting of Halo 1, a very basic ring, you know, but with with the still overly complicated space epic that nobody knows unless you read 10 novels.
Well, and that's the problem even with the novels right now, not to get off topic too much, but even the novels now are still sticking to this whole, we're going to fire the rings. Get over it, guys.
Yeah.
That ship has sailed already, you know, pun intended. You need to come up with another galactic, and don't do the whole Cortana thing, because that didn't work either.
They're still doing that, I think.
They are. It's still referenced in all the novels and everything. It's like the story. That's why I say the story itself. They don't even have anything in the wings waiting that they can pull from the novels that's really viable, because even the novels are getting kind of long in the tooth.
I think you got to blow the whole thing up.
I agree. I think if you're going to do it, don't just come out with a remastered edition of it.
Reboot it.
Reboot the whole thing. I'm with you there.
Yeah. So, you know, as we wrap up this second segment, you know, how can Microsoft reclaim the glory days of Halo? I put Gears of War in here, but I like Gears of War. I don't think Gears of War is anywhere near Halo in terms of mass market appeal. What is next for Microsoft? How are they going to reclaim, you know, the days of they're dominating the multiplayer shooter market? Do you have any ideas?
We'll talk about it when we come back.
All right, we'll be right back after this quick break.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news.
And the multiplayer is still
We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture
It's
conventions.
like after the... Can you dump out of this? Welcome back, everyone. We had to dump out of the commercial. I'm sure you were wondering what the next topic they cover on Insights into Entertainment is. You'll just have to go watch the show yourself. Welcome back in Insights into Tomorrow. This program, episode 19, we're talking Microsoft and the state of Microsoft. As we teased in the end of the last segment, what is next for Microsoft? What are they going to do? We had the disastrous release of Redfall. Microsoft has one more trick up its sleeve. Xbox and Bethesda's Starfield, set to release on September 6th of this year, allegedly. Expectations are sky high for this title. From the same studio that made Fallout and Elder Scrolls, Starfield is set to be Bethesda's deep dive into the sci-fi genre. So I'll ask you the same thing I asked you about Redfall. Did you see anything about Starfield? Do you know anything about it?
I have. Actually, a lot of folks, because I still play Star Wars The Old Republic, a lot of folks in there are really looking forward to this. This is supposed to be like the second coming of
I know.
You know, Christ here, where it's going to be the savior to the entire game industry. And I'm like,
have we ever heard this narrative before with another sci-fi game?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, guys, let's wait and see. Give it 3 months once it's released, and we'll see where we wind up.
Yeah, I pretty much feel the same way. I've kind of fallen off the Bethesda hype train ever since Fallout 4. I was a big Elder Scrolls. I mean, who didn't love Skyrim? Skyrim's like one of the best games ever made.
I still play it.
Yeah, me too. Fallout 4 comes out and it's not great. Fallout 76 comes out and is even worse. It's like, okay. Now, the one thing I don't know, a lot of the reason those games feel old is because of the engine they're running on. Starfield might be on a new engine. I neglected to do the research on that. If it is, that's great, unless it's buggy and bad. But the game was recently rated 17 plus by the ESRB, with a potential ban coming in Australia for explicit drug use. But Australia bans, if there's like cigarettes in your game, they'll get it banned in Australia. But yeah, this is the big thing for Microsoft. When this was announced as an exclusive acquisition, you had Todd Howard come out. It was a big deal, and this game's been hyped for years. Do we have breaking news?
So I just looked it up real quick. Starfield is using Creative Engine 2, which was a modified version of Creative Engine, which is what Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76 is on.
So modified is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Hopefully it's heavily modified. They've released gameplay footage of it, and it looks, I don't get it. I don't understand the hype behind this game at all. I really don't even have any interest in it. I mean,
honestly, I think everyone that I've talked to about it is looking forward to the immersion of it. It's the story. It's the size of the world that you're going to be in. I don't think anyone is looking at it for any kind of breakthrough technologically.
Oh, no.
It's just, hey, this is an escape for me, and it's going to be a big escape.
Everybody wants the Fallout 3, or Fallout New Vegas. That's my favorite. The Skyrim, where you can just walk and just get lost in this world. And hey, I hope they can do that. But personally, I have pretty much no faith in Bethesda to pull that off. And it's like, does Microsoft? Because clearly they do, right? If they decided to acquire when they acquired the studio, they make Starfield their one of their tentpole games coming out, and their only tentpole game coming out in like the next year. Do you think that this is where Microsoft should be putting their eggs in the basket?
I think this is another example of Microsoft not really doing the due diligence on acquisitions and projects. I think they were sold a good bill of things here that they could use, but I don't think they ever dug deep enough. And again, it's one of those things like, 3 years ago, we saw a trailer for this, and it looked really good. Okay, well, that trailer was basically just a movie someone put together. Yeah. There was no gameplay in it whatsoever. There was no technology demonstration in it whatsoever. I almost think that's what Microsoft saw and decided that that's the direction they want to go.
They got tricked too.
And they got tricked too. And I'm sure this wouldn't be the first time it happened to them.
Yeah. The gameplay that was released, it doesn't look that special to me personally. It looks a lot like No Man's Sky, if you ever played that game. Another notoriously poorly received game on launch. However, credit to, I forget the name of the studio, but they fixed that game. That game is playable. Tons of new free content. They're updating it every couple months. No Man's Sky, check it out if you like, space adventuring. However, I don't think that's what people want from a Bethesda game. I think they want that element of action and immersion like you talked about. And I don't know if Starfield's going to have that. I hope it does. I hope it does well. But I think it is a really, really big gamble for Microsoft. And I just don't know if it's going to pay off, even if it is successful. I don't know if it's going to repair all the ill will that's been done so far.
Well, and that's a very good point. I don't know if Microsoft has a choice. Microsoft has dug a hole so deep for themselves that they can't get out themselves. So they're hoping for something like this to kind of propel them out of that hole and put them back into the mainstream to get them to the point of some level of respectability with gamers. I think a lot of people have just lost respect. Microsoft has lost that luster. And you're right, if this doesn't work, I don't know where they're going from there.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Elder Scrolls 6, but God knows when that's coming out. 2025, maybe 2024. But like, I think it goes back to this issue of accessibility too, not in terms of if you have a handicap or something like that, but I mean, like if you're trying to get somebody into gaming, like you as an example, I was able to sell you on Ragnarok and Last of Us because they are relatively easy to pick up and play if you've played other games. Starfield as like an immersive first-person space thing, I don't know if that is as easy to sell to people as a emotional story between a father and a daughter or a father and a son that Sony can offer. I mean, I know sci-fi has a pretty general broad appeal, and I don't know. I hope it does well. But there have been some technical issues with it. We just talked about the Creative Engine 2 that it's going to be running on. Not great. If you go play Fallout 4 or 76, you can see where they're really stretching. Like you can tell it's old. But this is the sticking point for me. Starfield has been reported to be launching at 30 FPS. With performance mode rumored to be coming later, very strong rumors that like it might not happen. They might not get that 60 FPS mode. Is this unacceptable in 2023? A AAA game releasing capped at 30 FPS? Some would say yes. I'm one of those people. I can't stand it. I can't stand 30 FPS. I think if you put out your game and it's not 60 FPS, I think that's unacceptable.
Well, and I think it also has a lot to do with the resolution that you're putting it out at. You know, if you're talking 30 frames per second on a 4K TV, yeah, you probably should be at 60. There's no reason the technology can't handle 60, that's for sure.
Right.
If you're talking standard HD and you're doing 30 frames, you're about 10 years behind where you need to be at that point.
It goes back to that hardware versus software issue. It's like you have the technology.
Yeah.
The Xbox Series X is like the equivalent of like a gaming PC, right? Like,
yeah.
How are we not? And I think Bethesda might have commented on this of saying that like it's an engine thing and also the amount of things happening in the game at once. That's why they got to cap it at 30 FPS.
Well, and I'll tell you, from a technological standpoint, it probably is the engine, because the options that are available to you on Xbox Series X, even S now, like the DirectX 12, okay? So you have direct memory access available in DirectX 12. So you don't have, so traditionally what happens is when you send video that has to be encoded and decoded by the video processor, that's sent compressed, and then has to be uncompressed in video memory, read in, processed, rendered, and then written back out. DirectX 12 gives the video memory of the video processor direct access to system memory. So it bypasses all that, infinitely more efficient and faster than you can do it. But your engine has to be able to take advantage of DirectX 12. And if it can't, which a lot of them don't at this point in time, then you got a problem.
Yeah, it's like you future-proofed everything, but, you know, at what cost? You know, what are you going to do? I don't know. Bethesda games in general are known for being buggy and running poorly at release. It would be amazing if Starfield came out day one, runs great, you know, smooth, as smooth as 30 frames can be. No buggy thing, because that was what sunk Fallout 4 and 76, was just the litany of internet videos of all the things wrong with it, and immediately you're dead in the water. It's just, I don't know, and it goes back to what is next for Microsoft if this doesn't work out. It's like, what do they have lined up? They've had some good AA games come out. Hi-Fi Rush, great game, highly recommend it. But it's these big tentpole games that Microsoft is just lacking, that I think overall is why they are, to the traditional gamer, why they are losing to Sony in these, you know, in game to game, if we're going to compare it.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, if 30 frames per second is considered acceptable in this case, don't expect a lot of action.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to see anything that requires high frame rate in there. If
it's a first-person shooter.
Good luck with that.
I know, that's I don't get that. Like, that's why in Fallout you had the Vault, or what was it, the VAC system, whatever the thing where you could like stop time and like target different areas. It's because Fallout is not a good shooter.
Right. That's
why you had to have like auto aim essentially. Fallout is all about the characters and you know, the characters you meet and the world itself. It's not really supposed to be a shooter. It just happens to have guns in it. They kind of did that a little better in Fallout 4 by making it more actiony because it was more updated. But Starfield, it looks like they're really trying to do that, more of a shooter and make it a space epic where you can explore. I forget, there was a line they had said a couple months ago where there's like 1 billion planets or something like that. Right. It's like, no, there's not. First off, that's not true. There's no way that's true. And it's like, I don't know. This feels very Cyberpunk to me, of a game that's been hyped up for years that is going to, like, people are going to go into it and never want to come out, that they're going to have to be, like, drip fed, like, you know, like the feeding tube so they don't have to come out of the game. And it's like, how are we still in 2023 making these grand assumptions about games when the only people that can pull that off is Sony?
That's true. And unfortunately, what you're going to find is this is going to be a judgment time for Microsoft. If they can't meet expectations and they don't have anything else in the pipeline, you might start seeing those Game Pass subscriptions drop off.
Yeah, especially if the price continues to raise.
You know, or there's retro gaming. You know, everyone loves retro gaming, and that's, I think, the direction that Game Pass is going to go.
Well, they just announced the last of the backwards compatible stuff they're putting up. Yeah. So I've bought so many 360 games again on Xbox. I'm not proud of it, but I did because they're all right there and they're easy to play. And you can get an FPS boost sometimes too, which is pretty nice.
Right.
But anyway, so that we're gonna get a Starfield Direct, I think in June or maybe sooner, giving us more information on the game. So maybe we'll get something in that is a little bit more concrete, that gets my hopes back up. Or maybe we'll get a delay. Who knows?
Well, if I had to put money on it, I'd say you're looking at 3 to 6 month delay till the next delay.
Yeah. I don't. Who knows? That'd be bad because then they wouldn't only have Redfall this year, and that would be a real bad look. But anyway, we're going to take our last break. And when we come back, our final thoughts and a couple more words about Microsoft when we return. Or we'll be back immediately. Who's to say?
And we're back.
Welcome back, everybody.
We had to dump that last commercial. We're having some technical difficulties here today. So what are we talking about in our last segment?
Well, I had something positive down, but you had another angle you might want to go in.
Nothing overly negative, I don't think. I kind of wanted to talk about what the future of cloud gaming looks like. I mean, you know, we talked about kind of we played around what the definition of it is. But what are your thoughts on things like Google getting out of the market? Is that a sign that, I mean, Google has a reputation for testing the waters with things and kind of hooking people in and then backing out. Do you think that's a sign of where cloud gaming is going to go?
I don't know. I mean, I think cloud gaming is a hard sell because when it comes to gaming, you got to have a box, right? You got to have a box to plug in your TV. It's been that way since gaming was like a thing with like, you know, like the Nintendo Entertainment System and stuff like that. So I think the biggest barrier for this, well, the second biggest barrier, I'll get to the first in a second, is that how does this work? You're telling me it's just a USB stick I put into my TV, which Microsoft is testing that, by the way. They're working on that, or like an app on your TV.
Right.
I think in practice it's very cool. But the biggest issue is the internet, is the infrastructure for it to be able to roll it out. I just don't think we're there yet. And, you know, we're getting there. And I think in small scale it can work, like the fact that I can boot up an Xbox game, an indie game that's on Games Pass on my phone. I think that's great. But I think for it to become the norm, I think we're probably 5 to, if not more, years away from that.
Well, and I agree. I think the technological limitation is sort of what we talked about earlier. You know, because of the type of games that they're talking about here, latency is an issue. And like when you transmit something over fiber optic, you get pretty much, with the exception of conversions on one end or the other, you get the speed of light. But we can transmit across copper, which most people tend to wind up doing. You know, all your big networks that you're connecting to are copper networks. You're limited to about a third the speed of light with the resistance of the wire. You can't get over that. You can't overcome this. If you're bouncing it off a satellite, you're limited by the physical distance that you have between you and that satellite and back to Earth. There's no way to overcome that unless you start doing quantum entanglement at some level.
And Microsoft can do it.
So I think the cloud gaming aspect is dangerous to try to go in that direction. But I'm curious how mobile gaming will go, because now we've got your Stream Deck out. Asus is now releasing
a stronger version,
PC-based version of a gaming system. You have the Nintendo Switch that's a self-contained gaming system. All these things can hook up to a TV system. Yeah. Is that the interim until we can correct the shortcomings of the networking or for cloud gaming?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, we're getting the Switch 2. People are thinking maybe 2024, 2025. The Steam Deck and what was the other one?
Asus Ally?
Yeah, it's like the stronger version of a Steam Deck, basically. Those things are cool. I had a Steam Deck for about a week before I returned it. It's just not for me. I think it depends on the kind of gamer that you are. If you're somebody that wants to boot up and play a couple matches of Call of Duty and then, you know, you call it a night, I think cloud gaming might be able to work if they can figure out the latency. Otherwise, you're going to have the 165 gigs that Warzone takes up in your console. If you want to get that intense single-player experience, cloud gaming could work for that because it's, you know, you don't have to worry about it as much.
Sure, yeah.
And handheld, I think, is good to, if you travel a lot. You know, I think it depends on the consumer on base to base. But I just think overall, the box, plug it into your TV, I think that's going to have the most, you know, mass market appeal and accessibility based off internet. I just think cloud gaming is going to be a hard sell. everywhere around the country and the world until we can figure out a better infrastructure for the internet.
See, and I long for the days of the LAN party when I used to pack up my gaming system and take it to a friend's house or take it into work and hook up to the network. And, that was, we were playing, I think, Quake back then. Mm-hmm. That was paradise to me. You took it with you. Wasn't quite as portable as they are now. No. But you didn't have to worry about the latency issue.
Hey, but now Halo launches and doesn't have co-op at all. So it's way better now. But yeah, I think that's pretty much going to wrap things up for today, unless you had anything else to add.
No, I think that's it.
So maybe in another year or 6 months, we'll come back with another update on this acquisition, because they're clearly going to drag it out as long as they can. I want to thank you all so much for listening. Once again, I want to plug the show notes again. The show subscriptions, rather. Make sure you can subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, wherever you get your podcast. We will be there for you. If you have any comments on today's show, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at insights_things. Twitch, where we are live right now. If you've got Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime. Make sure you give us that Twitch Prime sub, twitch.tv/insightsintothings. On Facebook, facebook.com/insightsintothings, at insightsintothings on Instagram. And of course, all these links can be found on our website, insightsintothings.com. Thank you all so much for listening. For Joe Whalen, for me, Sam Whalen. Have a great day, everybody.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 181, Dealing with Toxic Friends. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and inspired co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Before we get into any deep topics today, I did want to offer a quick programming note. Last week, our episode 180 episode ran a little bit longer than they normally do. And we ran into some video production issues in the last segment there. So I kind of had to put some makeshift solution together to finish that last week. So hopefully we won't have that problem this week. I've changed the storage location. And I just wanted to apologize to the audience for that if that caused any inconvenience. So besides that, what new is going on with you?
Well, not too much. I'm on break now, which is fun.
So how long are you on break for?
Up until Monday.
Okay. This is for...
I think it's like in service, but also for like veterans.
Veterans Day?
Yeah.
That's cool. Doing anything planned? Anything interesting?
I mean, I'm hanging out with one of my friends on Friday, so that's fun.
Well, there you go. You being social. Look at that.
I know. It doesn't always happen.
Well, is it one of your toxic friends, though, that you're hanging out with? Or is it, non-toxic?
Non-toxic.
That's good. So that is what we're talking about today. Friendships during middle school and high school are essential for teens' health and development. Toxic friendships involve cruelty, rejection, and shame, and can have a negative impact on teens' well-being and mental health. Parents can support their teens by listening to them, getting to know their teens' friends, teaching them about mutually supportive friendships, and letting them decide for themselves who they want to keep as friends. In this episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to talk about how mental health treatment can help adolescents build self-esteem, confidence, and skills for building healthy connections.
But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to write into us. I already invited them to subscribe. You can subscribe twice. We don't mind. But I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it this week at insights_things. Or you can find links to all of our social media and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we?
We shall.
We shall. So research for our topic this week has come from a resource that we've kind of been going to the well a lot with lately, and that's the Newport Academy. They say that adolescence emphasizes the importance of peer connections, which can be both significant and thrilling for teenagers. However, navigating relationships beyond the family during this phase can be bewildering and emotional. Toxic friendships during this period can adversely affect teenagers' mental well-being and create challenges for the entire family. Such toxic friendships arise when mistreatment occurs, including gossip, hurtful remarks, and manipulation. Parents may feel compelled to intervene and manage these toxic friendships for their children, but attempting to remove negative influence can have unintended consequences. Instead, engaging in conversations with teenagers about their toxic friendships and empowering them to make positive choices is advised.
So, what exactly is a toxic teen friendship? In healthy teen friendships, there's a sense of mutual support and recognition. Positive friendships are characterized by reciprocity, safety, and lack of judgment. However, teenagers are strongly driven by the need for social connections and belonging, sometimes causing them to remain in toxic friendships out of fear of rejection and isolation. Toxic friend groups can involve teens as both instigators and victims of behaviors resembling, quote, mean girl dynamics, such as exclusion, betrayal, rumors, and shaming. Such situations might lead parents to disapprove of their teens' friends. It's important to note that toxic behavior is not limited to teenage girls. Individuals of any gender or sexual orientation can exhibit harmful friendship traits.
Parents should consider that their child's toxic friend might be dealing with an unspoken challenge. Children who have experienced trauma or mental health issues might express their pain through problematic behavior. This doesn't excuse their actions, but underscores the need for understanding and support. While this doesn't justify remaining in a toxic friendship, comprehending the reasons behind mean behavior can encourage compassion among parents and teenagers themselves.
So here are some of the behaviors toxic teen friends may exhibit. These include criticizing or making fun of their friend, gossiping excessively either to or about them, insulting them in the guise of, quote, helpful statements, trying to control their time or other friendships, pressuring them to engage in risky behaviors such as alcohol or drug use, posting negative things about them on social media, taking advantage of them, dismissing their needs and preferences, embarrassing them in front of other kids, or gaslighting them if they try to call them out on their behavior.
So we threw a big word out there, reciprocity. You know what reciprocity actually is?
Unfortunately, no.
So reciprocity is a very fancy word for if you do something to me, I'm going to do something to you.
I was going to say, it sounded similar to reciprocate, which I do know.
That's exactly what it is. It's doing something back to somebody else when they do it to you. So I didn't want to leave that hanging out there in case anyone didn't understand what the word was.
So, do you or have you had toxic relationships with friends in the past?
Honestly, I think I did at least have one. I'm not in a relationship with that person anymore, and it certainly wasn't as bad as it probably could have gotten. But considering what our friendship kind of consisted of, I'd say it was pretty toxic.
Yeah, as a kid, and I didn't realize this until later on, I had a very good friend of mine who probably would fit into the toxic category. And it wasn't that they were mean to me or anything like that. It was, I would wind up getting in trouble because of them. They were, I would say they were kind of spoiled, right? So they came from kind of a more privileged background than I did. And just out of sheer boredom, he would do things that he knew were wrong just to get a rise out of his parents because his parents were kind of distant from him. And by association with him, I wound up getting tied up with several of these schemes that he did. Nothing, no breaking the laws or anything dangerous or anything, but just stupid stuff that kids would get into. And, my parents tried to point out to me that he was toxic to me and they didn't like him and various other non-flattering descriptive words. And I did, he was my friend. He had been my friend for a long time and I didn't want to hear what they had to say. So I ignored it. And then eventually we wound up drifting apart. And that distance allowed me to see that he was a toxic person. How did you determine the person or people that have been toxic to you were toxic?
Well, the one, it was kind of obvious. So I had this friend when I was a freshman. He was in my math class. And, we started talking because my other friend needed to give something to him, and somehow that ended up correlating in us speaking. And apparently he had lunch with me as well, so he would occasionally come over to me and my other friend, because really we were the only two that, she was the only other one I interacted with. So, it was fine up to a point. He did have some less than desirable traits, specifically in terms of his view on his romantic relationships with women. And, he was weirdly open about it. And, both me and my other female friend, we were like, okay, you're a bit strange, but, you're respectful to us, so, it's whatever. However, there was one instance where it was kind of eye-opening, at least afterwards. I didn't initially pick up on it. At one point, we were, eating lunch and it was usual. And the thing is, me and my other friend, we had completely different styles of dressing. She dressed more feminine. I dressed in, hoodies and pants. And, nothing wrong with either style. And at one point, he ended up going, Maddie, I think if you dressed more like your other friend, you'd be happier.
Mm.
And that, came out of nowhere. And, I didn't even really pick up on it at first. And, I wasn't even technically offended. I'm just like, what? And, he kind of went on a bit about saying how, if you dressed more feminine, if you wore makeup, I think you'd be happier. And thankfully, my other friend was like, hey, I don't think that's an okay thing to say. So at one point, he ended up leaving. And then, my other friend was like, hey, be okay. That wasn't okay for him to say. And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And we technically still talked afterwards, but I don't talk to him anymore. And, that always kind of stuck out to me. And it was kind of the one time I really ever kind of got insulted. And it's like, huh.
Interesting. So you've had a toxic friend and you have many friends. Do you think you are a toxic friend to any of your friends?
I mean, I'd hope not. I try not to be, because most of the time I try to make sure that, like, my friends are well taken care of, and in a lot of instances, I've kind of been considered to be the mom of the friend group in the ways that I would normally have all the stuff that my other friends would need, and if we were ever to hang out, we'd always be the ones supplying, like, hey, we're gonna be at my house, hey, we're gonna supply you food, hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And obviously, a toxic friend could probably do that, but I never try to demean my friends when they ever come to me with, like, something that they're struggling with. In fact, I'm nicer to them than I am to myself, so, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, that's another podcast altogether.
Moving on.
So the friend who was toxic to you, do you know why they acted like this? Was it issues at home? Did they have a certain issue with you? Do you have any idea what their motivation was for acting the way they did?
Being honest, I don't entirely know. I don't really remember if he told me much about his home life or if there was anything. He probably did, it's just I never really picked up too much on it. But I think it kind of makes sense because the thing is, me and my friend, like, he jokingly referred to himself as a womanizer, kinda. In the ways that, like, he had this, I don't know, again, like I said, he had a weird complex when it came to his relationship with women, strictly romantically.
Right.
And
sounds like he was compensating for something more than anything, really.
Yeah, and to be fair, maybe that's something to do with how he ended up getting raised. I feel like that was kind of, I don't know, the way that he seemed about women, despite the fact that, he technically respected me and my friend, I feel like that, like, something at home could have shaped his idea of his romantic relationship towards women, and then also his perception of, I guess, how women express themselves by their looks. So I feel like in a way it all could be connected, but I don't really have enough evidence to prove it entirely. So.
Well, and based strictly on what you just said, he sounds incredibly shallow and probably severely lacking in self-confidence, and he's trying to put up some kind of front to compensate for these things. That's just my 2 cents on it.
And he was open about it, at least with us. Like, he never really hid that sort of thing, and he was like, I'm like this, it's whatever.
Yeah, that's really not something to brag about. Anyway, I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will talk about why teen friendships are so important. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with toxic friends. And now we're gonna discuss why teen friendships are so important. Teen friendships are a crucial part of teen development. Humans need to feel like they belong in order to be happy and well-adjusted. Middle school and high school are the most formative years for finding belonging and acceptance. Moreover, teens are learning social skills, how to communicate with peers, and how to empathize with others through their friendships.
Most important, supportive teen friendships make teens more emotionally and physically healthy. Caring adolescent friendships help dispel anxiety and depression, improve cognitive function,
and even boost immunity. While parents are always important to a young person's development, teens need good friendships to thrive. They often turn toward one another to deal with stress and difficult emotions, and they support each other through difficult times and adverse experiences in and outside of school.
Young humans are wired to seek out friends. I thought
You
that's
silly humans.
I was going to say, I thought that said weird for a moment. If a child's friend turns toxic, it can have a significant impact on their well-being and self-esteem. The need to belong and be accepted drives teen behavior. This is one of the reasons kids get into toxic friendships. If your teen has friends who are toxic, they may be afraid of the consequences of ending these friendships. Kids in both middle school and high school are highly motivated by the desire to belong, to be part of a group, and to gain approval of popular peers.
So, what about the influence of teen friendships? Teens strongly influence each other, often mirroring their friends' behaviors in middle and high school. Teen friendships can have positive effects by fostering support, kindness, and empathy among friends. Positive behaviors of one friend can inspire others to be compassionate and helpful. However, negative friendships can also lead to poor decisions and behaviors, and I'm proof of that. Parents worry about their teens being influenced by toxic peers or engaging in negative peer pressure. Research indicates that teens are more likely to use substances if their friends do so.
So, how teens' toxic friendships impact their mental health? Toxic friendships have a negative impact on teens' mental health, potentially leading to or worsening conditions like anxiety, depression, and isolation due to elements like rejection, cruelty, and gaslighting. These unhealthy relationships can result in loneliness, low self-esteem, and emotional distress.
Teens affected by toxic friendships might exhibit troubling behaviors and emotional changes that seem unfamiliar and alarming. Patience and support are crucial during this period, as rejection is particularly difficult for teenagers to endure. It's important to observe signs that suggest they require extra assistance. If their needs surpass what you can offer, seeking mental health treatment is a viable option. And, we've talked about peer pressure in the past. How influential is peer pressure for you on a day-to-day basis?
I guess I'm certainly not as peer pressured as I probably could be, although, despite not being the most social person, I do still want to, fit in with my friends in a way. And I guess none of them have really gotten to the point where they've pressured me into doing too many things, and if there was ever something that my friends had wanted me to do, it was usually just out of, hey, there's this new thing we're doing, or hey, I'm kind of not super into doing this either, but if we do it together, maybe it'll be, better. And, I feel like those are more healthy forms of peer pressure because they've, helped me expand my horizons.
That makes a lot of sense. Overall, how influential do you think your peers are on you? Do they inspire you? Do you take away things from their personality that you find desirable that you want to embrace yourself very often?
I mean, yeah. I'd say that a lot of my friends have certain qualities about them that I do want to see eventually projected in myself, although I don't know how soon that's actually going to happen. Because my one friend is a year older than me and has kind of had a similar experience to mine. And, they have been trying to get me to either expand my social circle, stop worrying so much about school, and learn to just have fun. I'm still struggling on that route, but, knowing what they're like and how stressful their life is, and them still trying to be to have fun and have friends and actually have more of a social life. It's like, maybe I could try that eventually. I'm doing what I can right now.
And you know what? I think that's all you can do in life, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that your friends today are having a positive impact on you, a negative impact on you, or no impact at all on you?
I feel like for the most part they're all having a positive impact on me, because if I ever need support, they're usually always there. And thing is, I have friends, but they're all kind of in like separate little areas where like I have different ways of socializing with all of them. Some of them I can talk to them about like really like deep topics that like I have an issue with, and I can usually, get their support. Other friends I kind of just joke around most of the time, and we don't really ever get serious. So it's kind of interesting. I do feel like I benefit from both relationships in the ways of gaining support from the friends I'm able to share a deeper connection with, while also getting, entertainment and, feeling happy when I'm around my more comedic friends.
Do you feel right now that you have a sufficient level of friendship that you're getting to support you and kind of nurture you through this part of your life? Or do you feel you're lacking in some areas when it comes to the number of friends, quality of friends, that type of thing?
I think the quality is all right. And, the quantity could also be okay, but I do feel like there are kind of certain gaps. Just because, like, in school, like, I have friends, but I don't see them as much in a lot of my classes. And it'd be nice to have, friends in my classes. But I'm able to see most of them every day, so I think it could be sufficient, but it could also, I guess, be better.
So the friends that you have now are not toxic. I think we've adequately established that. You've had at least one toxic friendship in the past. How did you deal with that toxic friendship, and what impact did it have on you at the time?
Well, the thing is, that was kind of like a new friendship in a way. It was one that kind of like started and ended that same year. And after my friend ended up saying, like, I always kind of had this weird feeling about that friend. Like I said, he was very open about how he felt. And like, it really never got brought up again, but at the same time, like, we never really mentioned it, and then after this year, I never really talked to him afterwards. So I do feel like it has at least impacted me in the way that, like, I kind of understand more of the ways that people can be toxic and the ways of how it's, like, toxic positivity in a way, where it's like, oh, I do think you'd be happier, but you need to do this. And, like, I've realized now that that's not really an okay thing to say to somebody.
So do you think their intentions were positive, but their delivery came across as negative? Is that, it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think that, like, he really wanted to insult me at the time. Again, I think that's just from, like, a dated belief or whatever, because a lot of dated beliefs kind of seem like you say it in a way that's like, oh, I do actually want to help you, but it doesn't, and you word it in a way that's like, oh, that's really not how that should be. So I don't think he was actually trying to hurt me in a way, and I didn't really feel hurt by it at the time, but then it's like I kind of realized it, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't seem like that's okay to say.
So it was just bad delivery, it sounds like there.
Probably.
Not everybody can express themselves in the most publicly consumable manner. I guess that's about as politely as I can say that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to take our last break, and when we come back, we will talk about how to get your child out of a toxic relationship if they are in one. We'll be right back. Drink?
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media.
Talking a lot.
Our husband and wife team, Pop Culture Fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with toxic friends. And now we're going to talk about how to get your child out of a toxic friendship. Parents often wonder how to shield their child from negative...
That's easy for you to say.
Parents often wonder how to shield... Oh my god.
All right, once more with feeling.
Apologies. Parents often wonder how to shield their child from negative influences, especially when dealing with a toxic friendship. While it might seem tempting to intervene and control their friendships, outright forbidding interactions with such friends could lead to anger and frustration. Prohibiting friendships doesn't equip children with the skills to handle challenging situations and decisions on their own. Instead, it's important to allow kids to make their own choices regarding friendships, even though it might be difficult to observe.
To assist your child in this process, offer them insights into what healthy relationships should entail. Discuss the qualities of supportive relationships and engaging in positive activities together. By helping them grasp the distinction between positive and toxic friendships, you empower them to make the right choices. Emphasize. My eyes aren't doing so well. Too much glare from the lights, folks. Sorry. Emphasize what a good friend provides. Wow. Let's try this again. I don't know. Maybe it's just this segment. Maybe you threw my timing off.
Fair enough.
Once more with feeling. Emphasize that a good friend provides support, encouragement, acceptance, trustworthiness, and kindness, and patience when they can't get their lines right.
Yep, pretty much. So what to do when you don't like your teen's friends? When parents dislike their child...
So what to do when you don't like your teens? That's a different podcast.
Different one altogether, folks. When parents dislike their child's friends, it's important to prioritize the teen's autonomy in friendship choices unless there's a significant risk. Staying engaged by getting to know the friends, inviting them over, and communicating with your child fosters an open relationship. Encouraging responsibility, even if their friends act otherwise, and setting clear behavioral expectations are vital.
Toxic friends often struggle with personal issues, and they might benefit from parental attention. Maintaining compassion while safeguarding your child from harmful friendship is key. If you genuinely believe your child's safety is compromised due to a toxic friendship, intervention might be necessary. Inform school staff if dangerous activities or substance abuse are involved, and consider discussing the situation with the friend's parents or others for insight. Transparency with your teen about your actions is crucial to prevent feelings of betrayal and anger.
So here are some do's and don'ts to keep in mind when communicating with your child about their friendships. Here's what you should do. Validate their concerns and emotions about their toxic friend. Ask your teen questions about how they feel in the friendship and what has bothered them. Encourage your teen to talk through the process. No,
you had it.
Well,
it was right there.
Encourage your teen to talk through and process difficult emotions relating to their toxic friends. And invite your teen's friends for dinner or other events so you can learn more about them.
What you shouldn't do, and somehow I always get the don't do ones here, the way we work this out. Maybe I'm the bad cop here. Don't judge or shame them, or else your teen may stop coming to you for support. Don't criticize your teen's friend to your child, as that may force them to stop sharing and defend the friend. Don't talk over them or insert your own negative opinion about their friend who is a bad influence. And don't forbid your teen to bring their friends home, even if you don't like them. So, the toxic friend that you had, I assume mommy or daddy did not have to get involved in that one.
No, you didn't. Although I did want to bring up another friendship that I feel at a point was toxic, but now I don't entirely talk to them as much anymore, but like I feel like it got better. And I think you know who I'm talking about.
I do.
So that was one where you kind of got more involved with it.
Yeah. Well, and that was less about the friend and more about the environment that you found yourself in from time to time. And that was what was more concerning to me. I don't know if mommy ever shared the same concerns or not.
Yeah, I'll be honest. At a point through that friendship, until I ended up gaining more emotional maturity, and thanks to this podcast, in fact,
Thanks, podcast.
Yeah. Thanks, Phoenicians. That friendship, like, it would always seem to result in fights, even if we, genuinely cared for each other. We would just fight constantly. I would get in trouble because of that friend, and it was just not fun for a time. And there was a point where it was just like, oh, we'd fight one day, and then we would fight in the morning because we both were like in before and after care. We'd fight in the morning, and then we'd make up in the afternoon. So it wasn't an ideal friendship, and I can't entirely say that it was the most toxic friendship, or it was toxic in a way, but I can't really blame my friend or even me at the time for it because we were both young. We were starting to go through puberty, and we were both just emotional messes at the time, and I will take credit for a good amount of the fights. And
just the ones you won, right?
I didn't win too many of them, I'll be honest. But, it was certainly a toxic environment, but I think that was kind of more so with both of us. And I know, and you ended up mentioning, you did a don't where it was like you kind of mentioned your judgment toward my friend at a point.
Yeah, well, we hadn't done the podcast yet. I learn as much from this podcast, I think, as you do, and hopefully the audience does.
Yeah.
So one question I did have, though, is you obviously handled your experience with toxic friendships fairly cleanly and definitively. Have you had friends who have been in toxic friendships that didn't involve you, but that you may have experienced with them or given them advice, or they came to you to talk about, or anything like that? Have you played that that mentor role to somebody else who's been in a toxic friendship?
I mean, yeah, I guess specifically to some of my younger friends, because I guess I was kind of considered to be, older, wiser, whatever. And they came to me and would tell me that, like, they had issues with certain people, and, like, some of their friends were just not being great to them. And specifically through my relationships with at least one of them and how it was kind of toxic and like how we would fight and stuff, I tried to use that experience in order to help kind of guide them in a way. I don't know if it was the most effective way at the time, but that was kind of what I tried to do at least.
Now, do they still come to you for advice at this point in time on things like that? And was the toxic friendship a friendship or a romantic relationship that they were encountering issues with?
Actually, the one, it ended up becoming both, actually. which was certainly strange. I did not expect that, because my one friend who I had a couple younger friends, and one of them would normally stick by my side, and the other one I technically fought with. And by this point, I'm emotionally matured, they're still younger than me, and they would get into fights a lot. And, they would both come to me, ask me for advice, and I kind of told them, all right, my main advice was kind of just let each other cool off, and then I'll help to mediate, the situation. Because usually if they conversed afterwards, it just got really bad, and it was like, okay, you might want to let off some steam elsewhere. Don't interact with each other for a bit and kind of find your own ways to cool off. Take some time to, collect your thoughts. And then when you guys are at a more, stable point, then we can convene, because that's how I ended up going through it. Because whenever I'd fight with my one friend, it was usually because I was riled up and couldn't control my emotions. And afterwards, I would kind of have to step back, talk to some of my other friends, and then come back at it with a clear head. And if I continued to engage with that friend, it would get really bad.
Yeah.
So, I gave them the best advice that I could, and it went from a friendship to a romantic relationship between the two of them, which was certainly not something I expected.
Interesting. So, do you feel comfortable bringing something like this to mommy or daddy or both of us? If you were in a toxic friendship, do you think we would help? Do you think we would hinder? I know what you think I would do, so you probably don't have to answer that one.
Yeah.
But do you think that mommy would be a helpful influence if you were running into something like this? And do you feel comfortable talking to her? Or me? You might, there's an outside chance you might be comfortable talking to me, so I'll even throw that one out there.
I will say, if it had to come between you or mommy, it would probably be mommy on that, because mommy is less likely to openly judge my friend. And
wow, really? I'm that bad?
No, it's
my
just
goodness.
Look, you would offer solutions, and if I needed, extra solutions, I'd always come to you. However, I feel mommy is better at empathizing with both sides, and
I hear that a lot.
And is a better mediator, because I feel like I don't know. I do feel like you would do a lot of the don'ts here. And
this is the second podcast in a row that I'm being told I have issues with a lack of empathy here. I think I'm getting the message at this point in time, guys. Thanks.
I'm sorry. Look, it's a learning experience for everybody. I'm clearly working through my own stuff. You have your own stuff you're still working on. You're almost 50. We all still have stuff going on.
Okay. Well, thank you for making me feel old and mean now. Appreciate that. So, anyway,
you want to ask me more questions and continue this going on?
No, I think I've punished myself enough already today. I don't think there's any more questions that I feel comfortable asking.
Fair enough. I still love you.
I appreciate that. It's good to know. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll wrap things up.
Alrighty. Okay, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that toxic friendships, for the most part, are not good, and it's important. It's important to
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
I know. It's important to recognize the signs. For teens, understand that if you do have to end a friendship, even if you can empathize with the other person, if it is a friendship that's harming you, either try to communicate as best you can with that friend. If that doesn't work, you might have to cut it off. And, there's nothing wrong with having to do either of those things. For the parents, obviously, don't show too much judgment to the friends your kids hang around. And, always offer support to your teen. And don't make it seem like, oh, I'm forcing you to do this or do that when it comes to your friends. Because really, just let your kids kind of explore the friendships, the good and the bad.
I sense I just lost several nominations for Father of the Year now. Just on this podcast alone. Anyway, so that's all we had today. We'll be back next week to criticize me further. But before we do go, I do want to once again encourage our listening and viewing audience. If you don't do so already, please subscribe to the podcast.
You can find audio and video versions listed as Insights into Things. You can also find high-quality audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. And we're available on Apple, Spotify, etc., etc. Give us your feedback. Maybe you too can criticize me and tell me how mean and heartless I am. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on here. You can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings, or that and much more can be found on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And although I have no idea how this one's going to go.
And it
Wow, that is marketing genius right there, folks. Check out these other podcasts. They're a dying breed. Catch them before they're gone. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 150, a strong finish. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well now that I've gotten everything back up and running here.
And you're not cursing or...
It shocks me. We just did a podcast yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Everything worked perfectly fine throughout the whole thing. Didn't do anything to configuration, came in, turned everything back on, and nothing worked.
And nothing works, of course. That's how it always is, isn't it?
I love technology.
Yes, you do.
That is the bane of my existence most days. So we're back after a relatively long hiatus.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last.
It's been quite some time, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while for us at least.
We have. We've been recording our other ones. We haven't found all that much to talk about, really.
Right, because we kind of feel like we're in a little bit of a rut.
Yeah.
Where we're not sure where we want to go with things. And, for those of you listening, watching, maybe give us some ideas. What is it that you like about our podcast? What don't you like about our podcast? What can we do to improve?
Yeah.
What would you like to hear us talk about or not talk about or review or whatnot? I think that's where we kind of were feeling like we were more like an entertainment show.
Yeah. Well, Insights in Entertainment kind of would have made sense being an entertainment show.
Right, but like an Entertainment Tonight or something.
We were doing too much news reporting and
Right. And it was something where we wanted to be topical, but we also didn't want it to be, this person passed away, or this
Right.
thing or that thing.
Well, we didn't want to
and,
regurgitate somebody else's news stories and
Right.
just stick to that.
Right. So we're still kind of trying to figure out what it is that we want, I guess. And so again,
Took us 140 some episodes to realize we didn't like what we were doing. Go figure.
no, we've had different variations throughout the 150 episodes.
We
so,
have. We've
yeah.
tried different,
Hey, you know
different
what?
things.
Some podcasts don't even make it to 150.
That's
so,
that's true. That's very true.
So there's that. So again, still trying to figure out what we want to be when we grow up.
Right. If we want to grow up.
If we want to grow up. Well,
That seems to be the real challenge.
yeah, no.
But after a long hiatus, we're back in a revamped studio. We completely redid the studio. We upgraded some of our equipment. If you have watched previous episodes of the podcast, you'll notice that our positions are reversed, so we changed things up dramatically there.
Yep.
And we had some interesting experiences to share. First that we're going to talk about was from a trip we took up to Niagara Falls a few weeks back. Had fun with that. That was
we did.
interesting. Sad little town because I didn't have my passport and Maddie didn't have hers, so we couldn't go into the fun part of Niagara Falls, which is the Canadian side.
Yeah, we'll get more into that
Yeah,
when we start. But yeah.
And we have a new convention in town, which we attended. That was potentially a really good convention. They just didn't advertise.
Right.
So hopefully the
They'll be
poor
back.
turnout didn't turn them off, and they will be back.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wrap up with some thoughts on a few of our favorite shows coming to an end. And then we have some afterthoughts that I just threw in literally in the last 5 minutes to finish things off with. But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. And as always, you can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I'd also invite you to write in, which, we've already solicited your input here, but you can email that over to us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, here we go. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Strong National Museum of Play, which when we were up in Niagara Falls, we actually went out to Rochester for a day trip because it's a bit of a ride from Niagara Falls, and found that we probably needed much more than one day to do this museum.
Yeah, it was definitely, we spent pretty much the whole day there, and we still didn't get to see everything. There were a few areas that we were just tired because we didn't expect to have so much to see. And we kind of said, if we ever come back to the area, we would probably do an overnight in Rochester, just because Rochester had so many different things to see and do that we didn't get a chance to do. So now this was something you had heard about the museum. You remembered it from a show that you watch.
Yes, it had appeared. In fact, they had a display at the museum.
Right.
It was the most appearing facility on the TV show that I watch called Mysteries at the Museum that goes around and profiles different exhibits at various museums, and it was there. It appeared on the show, I think, 17 times.
Yeah, something like that.
So that was where I had heard about it, and on the drive up, I was looking for things that we could do, and it came up in there, and I thought, hey, that would be really neat, but not on the way up because we knew it was going to take some time.
Right, because at first we were like, all right, well, do we do it on our way to Niagara? Do we take it as a day trip? And as it turned out, because we really didn't have anything planned for our trip, we said, okay, well, this will be the day that we'll go. And it ended up probably being the highlight of our trip, besides the one restaurant that we really enjoyed. But that's a whole other.
We'll plug them too by the time we're done here.
Sure.
But yeah, no, the Strong National Museum of Play, also known as just the Strong, is in Rochester, New York. It was established in 1969, based initially on a personal collection of a Rochester native, Margaret Woodbury Strong. The museum opened to the public in 1982 after several years of planning, cataloging, and exhibition development for the museum's new building in downtown Rochester, which the building itself is just amazing to see. It's massive. It's got probably one of the most incredible designs I've ever seen for a museum itself, both inside and outside,
Right.
and it's just a wonder to see.
Yeah. So for at least 15 years after its opening, the mission of the museum was to interpret the social and cultural history of average Americans between 1830 and 1940. Under the direction of H.J. Swiney and William T. Anderson, Mrs. Strong's collection of dolls and toys, American and European decorative arts, prints, paintings, Japanese crafts, and advertising provided a firm foundation for this mission and were supplemented with collections purchased and donated to more fully support the museum's early mission. The museum received considerable local and national publicity and support and substantial financial support from the National Endowment for the Humanities Exhibition and Public Programs Division.
And in the 1990s, the museum's board of trustees and director changed the museum's mission to collecting, preserving, and interpreting the history of play. Since then, it was refined and has increased its collections, hundreds of thousands of them. And believe me, we didn't get to see them all. There's so many there.
Right.
It's been expanded twice, and in 1996, it was expanded twice in 97 and 2006. The museum is now one of the 5 play partners of the Strong, which is also home to the National Toy Hall of Fame, the International Center for the History of Electronic Games, and the Brian Sutton Smith Library and Archives of Play, and produces the American Journal of Play.
The National Museum of Play is the only collections-based museum anywhere devoted solely to the study of play. And although it is a history museum, it has the interactive characteristic of a children's museum, making it the second largest museum of that type in the United States. The museum includes exhibits that interpret the key elements of play, as well as allow guests to explore the worlds of Sesame Street, the Berenstain Bears, Reading Adventureland, and the Dancing Wings Butterfly Garden.
The museum's exhibits are immersively themed for video games, storybooks, television shows, education, nature, history, comic books, carousel, and train rides, and they do have a massive carousel there, and children's lifestyles. E-Game Revolution is the first permanent video game exhibit in the U.S. and includes the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The National Toy Hall of Fame is at the museum. Dancing Wings Butterfly, as we mentioned already, features thousands of butterflies and is the largest indoor butterfly garden in New York. The Berenstain Bears Down a Sunny Dirt Road is an original permanent exhibit produced in partnership with the Berenstain family. So I was in awe, really, of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was just shocking, the size, the quality of the collection. One of the things that really kind of caught my attention was a number of the exhibits were interactive in that they would ask your input. And as you provided your input, they would tally the input of the visitors and use it in the various studies that they do, that they release in their magazines and books. So it was kind of neat being able to be part of that, a little bit of part of that history and that knowledge that's preserved there.
But unfortunately, we just didn't get to see the whole thing. We didn't have enough time to see the whole thing.
Right. Because, again, it was just one exhibit after another. And it was like, well, what's around this corner? And what's this corner? And it was just so well done. And what was interesting was going back, which I did today, because they did have a bunch of different plaques about Margaret Woodbury Strong and her background. And she was an only child, and her parents were very affluent, and she traveled a lot with her parents. So by the time she was 11, she had probably seen more of the world than most people do in a lifetime. And because of that, she would always collect little toys and treasures from these trips. And her parents were also collectors as well. Her father collected coins and her mother collected Japanese art. So it was kind of like the hobby of collecting things. And that's how her personal collection actually started, to the point where she actually built 2 wings onto her house in Rochester to display these things, and would have people come to her house and sign a little guest registry that they had been there. And over time, that was when the Historical Society kind of came in and said, hey, we really should do something with these. And that was kind of the start of the museum. And when she passed away, she had willed all of the items to start this foundation. So, it was all started just by a little girl collecting, toys, and just at the time to be able to see. And that's what's so interesting is, some of the sections, they kind of go through the history of, here's the history of a doll, from the 1800s to now. And it's so well done and so well preserved. And then you have, the board game section, and here's what board games were like in the 1800s to now. And again, just the video game section, which was, we probably could have spent so much more time just with the video games and the history of the video games and how it's evolved. And you figure the video games, that's a much smaller window of time that they have been around versus, some of the other things. So it was just so much to do, and for all ages, and it was funny because when we were thinking about going, we know of the Please Touch Museum in Philly. And that's one of those things where little kids go. Once your kids get to a certain age, you don't usually go back there. But with this, there were people there that didn't have kids who were visiting the museum, because there's just so much to see and do. It's a real museum. And for, the kids at heart, or you've played, anybody that goes there, you're going to find something that you've played with that was in your personal collection there. And, just finding the history of Legos and how Legos kind of came to be. And that was really fascinating, and all the different things.
Well, and the other thing that really kind of struck me was that the entire facility was geared towards play and entertainment, to the point that even when we went to get lunch, the cafeteria where they served lunch, you had a skywalk that you could do, and it was various levels, and the kids strapped into these harnesses and could walk the sky over your head while you're sitting there eating. or even when we left, they had a little coffee shop when you come in and you leave, where you just stop and get a little snack, a little pastry, have a little refreshment. But they've got board games on the shelf there that you can just pull those out and just play those while you're sitting there eating. So, like, literally everything that they had there was geared towards it. It was one of the most immersive experiences in the spirit of what the museum stood for that I've ever seen.
Yeah. And the other thing that was really interesting was they had books all over the place that you could take out from their library. So obviously we couldn't have done it because we're not local. I'm sure that, it's something where you go to check it out. But, hey, if your little Tommy's reading a book and thought it was really cool, we'll borrow it. It's a big giant library with everything else.
Yeah. Well, and even to that point, over where the Berenstein Bears is, they have an entire storybook area. And
it's not just a place where you can sit and read. It's a place where they've got the props and they've got the toys and they've got the scenery. It's a place where the books that the kids are reading can come to life right in front of you there.
Right.
I can't imagine driving somebody's imagination any better than that. The one was the mystery room.
Yes.
Talk about that for a little bit.
That was kind of really cool. We kind of came around this corner and it was kind of set up like a haunted house. But what was awesome was it had like secret passageways where you could go behind the walls and spy on the people that were in the room.
Through the portrait. You could
through
look
the
through the eyes of the
you
portrait.
could look through the portrait. And then when you were on the other side, there was an area where there were buttons to do sound effects, so you could make it sound like a screeching cat or a ghost or chains and scare the people that are in the other room. So, that was just really neat. One of the other sections that Maddie and I had gone to, where it was kind of the fairy tale area, they had a big giant. And they had like a pirate ship. Well, you could walk across the pirate ship and then there was a bridge. And then there was like a little nook area where you could kind of sit and just read if you wanted to. That was up, back, hidden away, away from everything. So all these little nooks and crannies of places to go and hide and explore. And when you get someplace, oh, look, there's a plaque and here's some information about a story that this is based upon or something. So just really cool, just so much to see and do. Where it would really be nice to go back there and spend 2 days doing it.
We need to figure out a way to plan to get back up in that area and see the other stuff that's up there.
The Rochester Institute of Technology, since we're going to be visiting some colleges this coming year.
That is true. So anyway, that was the Strong Museum of Play that we went to, and there'll be links in the show notes. Did
you have a video for that?
Actually, I think I did, and I didn't play it. I guess I should have probably played that, huh? We probably could have talked over the video.
It's okay. We liked it so much, we'll do it again.
They had a giant Mr. Potato Head that was a remote control Mr. Potato Head you could play with.
Oh, and the superhero section, which was...
Their superhero section was huge.
Yeah.
They had interactive things that you could do there. You could great picture opportunities for it. So
more of the little fairy tale
gingerbread house. You had
section.
A castle there. You had a dragon. Everything was so interactive.
Oh, this was one of the hidden nook areas. And then again, Harry Potter stuff, Narnia stuff. So up until, current items,
and
obviously.
Some of this stuff was like literally museum grade things that you would not normally find in stores and stuff as well. Oh, and they had a train. Yeah, they had a train inside too.
Right. They did actually have, and then the different, school area type things. Then a whole huge section of Sesame Street with a huge Big Bird and play area and stuff, and then here's part of the history of the dolls.
And the dolls were one of the interactive ones too, where you got they asked you a series of questions about the dolls. They showed you like the 1860s dolls and the moderns, and they asked simple questions like, are these the same type of play? And they went into details.
And of course the little play Wegmans that you could go into and shop, which was adorable because we love Wegmans. And then Snoop, basically any character, and our daughter loves SpongeBob, so that was, woo, yay, SpongeBob was there.
The video game section was because it was a walk down memory lane to begin with, because it was a lot of home video games and stuff like that. A lot of classic World War II era type toys that were in there that you just don't see, and tons of Star Wars. They had probably 4 or 5 different Star Wars displays, which is,
and it was Star Wars of every generation,
right?
Between the old, the new, the original.
No sequels though, which I was okay with.
You were totally okay with that. Buffy was even represented.
Action figures had their own section there, which was awesome. They had the original Promise Box for the 1978 Star Wars figures. And then just classic toys that if you saw anywhere else, they would look like creepy dolls.
Right, but when they're all
they
put
were
together,
presented so well here that you could appreciate the history.
Yeah, yeah. And you go, oh, wow. And again, you go, I had that, or, you know.
And that was every corner you turned. Oh, I had that. I played with that.
Or
I had
my
a friend
neighbor had that.
Right.
I've played with that before. I had that before.
Remember, they had the Light Bright section there.
Mm-hmm.
In the video game section, they even had recovered a copy of the E.T.
The E.T. game.
that was buried out in the desert.
That was funny.
So that was interesting.
And I tried playing that and realized, wow, this game really does stink.
Oh, and their dollhouse section.
Oh my gosh.
They had every possible dollhouse room imaginable.
Right.
On display.
And like multiple houses and basically explaining how dollhouses, here's the first Lego set, but with the dollhouses talking about how usually it was a model of the child's own house, made with pieces from their house, and, you know, kind of the history of how dollhouses kind of came to be, and that the idea behind, you know, a dollhouse was to, you know, a little girl to be prepared to be a mom and have her own house.
And you learned that Samsonite was the first dealer in the United States for Legos.
I went, luggage?
Yeah.
What? You bought a piece of luggage and you got a Lego house? What? How'd that happen? So that was, you know, amazing to see. And of course, you know, then you
Solitaire.
See Solitaire.
Right. So you had Solitaire. And there was like, it was a dedicated display just for Solitaire because it had the old mouse and everything with it,
and which my mom had, so it was kind of funny. And the World Almanac to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego,
right?
Because you didn't have Google to look up things.
And that's the thing with a lot of their displays. It wasn't just, oh, here's the topic. It's here's all the supporting things that went around with it,
right?
That made it all that more familiar for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good that we took all these pictures because we were running out of time to, here's the whole thing with the ET, you know, being buried and stuff like that. But just to be able to go back and look and see what we missed, really, but yet at least got pictures of. And
well, and what was neat was they gave it all to you mostly in chronological order, so you could actually see the evolution, whether it was the evolution of play, the evolution of the technology. You could see how you got from the 1970s, I'll say, which is, you know, kind of where I pick things up until modern times, and you can see how the technology's changed, and you realize people still play the same way.
Right.
You know, that really hasn't changed all that much. It's just the toys, the tools that we use to play.
We're a little bit more sophisticated with the way.
Absolutely.
But to be able to play some of these older toys would be...
And the selection of board games that they had was mind-blowing.
Board games I didn't even know existed.
And they even, you know, they still take donations of toys and games and stuff like that. And they'll curate them, they'll get the backstory for them, and, you know, they make them available on display. I can only imagine if that's everything that they've got on display there. What do they have that they don't have room for right now that they haven't put on display yet?
You know that they probably, you know, move stuff in and out, change the displays, you know, every now and then. So, yeah, I can't even imagine what their back room looks like.
And the technology that they had on display. They had one room where it was probably a massive wall that was, I don't know, 50 feet long, and it had projections on it. Projectors, you know, throwing various interactive things on there. But you could walk into the projection and actually interact with the displays. You could, like, it was a kid's toy room that they were displaying.
That was part of the Toy Hall of Fame display.
You could walk over,
which is what these pictures are showing.
Virtually pick something up off the shelf and play with it or bounce a ball or whatever.
Right.
And then you had the one wall that was the tall screen that you were able to do interactive bubble popping and
Right,
stuff like that
right.
with. So just a lot of different things to keep you occupied, to keep your mind engaged, and to just have fun.
Yeah, and that was really the whole point of it. So
Yeah. So the Strong Museum of Play in Rochester, New York. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about one of the newer conventions that came to town this past May. It was called Contropolis, PA, and this year it was held at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. It's organized by Altered Reality Entertainment, and they are the producers of the Rhode Island Comic Con, which is the largest pop culture event in New England. And and this is the first time that they've done something in the Philly area.
That's pretty cool. It was huge. They had, I think, 4 halls I think they had open for it.
Yeah, I think so.
They had the cars. They had tons and tons of vendors, and vendors that we hadn't even seen before.
Right, because a lot of the vendors were from the New England area.
Right.
Because we did talk with a few of them just to kind of see, how things had been, because we had gone, did we go on Saturday or did we go on Sunday?
We went on Sunday.
We went on Sunday, and and normally we go on Sundays, and Sundays are usually a little quieter, but it just seemed very quiet. So we had asked, were you guys busy, Friday and Saturday? And they said, the crowds really weren't that big, and it seemed that they really hadn't advertised it.
Right. And there was a
much.
lot of stuff going on in Philly that weekend. They had playoffs for one of the sports teams going on, and a bunch of other things were going on that weekend. So it was kind of a perfect storm of things that played against their ability to really put people in the convention there. But the vendors, they had a lot of vendors that were there. They had some vendors who didn't come back in for Sunday, I think, because they were
because there were some empty spots.
But the vendors that they had there were quality products that they had there. In fact, we found a new vendor that we wound up buying quite a bit of merchandise
You wound up buying a lot.
What did I get? I got the
Red 5, that was them.
Red 5, yeah. So
that's me trying to convince our daughter to
right. So Maddie bought her SpongeBob. What kind of backpack was it?
Loungefly.
Loungefly backpack. I bought my Ray Force Effects lightsaber.
I bought a Haunted Mansion keychain.
You didn't really spend all that much there.
No, I didn't.
And I wound up scoring another Darth Vader statue from a different vendor as well. Tons of artists, and I love the way they did it too, because they mixed their artists in with their vendors.
Right, so that it's not just...
You didn't have a dedicated artist alley, so it was a nice mix. You could get in there. You weren't elbow to elbow with people. They arranged everything, plenty of room. They arranged everything with plenty, sufficiently wide aisles. Which that's the one thing I hate, especially when we went to New York Comic Con.
Right, that's probably
you're
our
stepping
biggest
on people.
Yeah, our biggest gripe with New York.
You had a great mix of comic book vendors, pop culture vendors, We're looking at a toffee vendor there.
Yeah, there was something for everybody. It was a very nice mix. You had the homemade stuff. That's always nice. You have a couple of different authors that are there with books.
A lot of crafty stuff.
A lot of crafty things.
And that's one of the things that I've noticed recently at the conventions is you're getting a lot of the laser engraved, laser carved wood objects and stuff now.
Right.
Now, they had celebrities here, too. So let's talk about the celebrities for a minute that they had. And I'm not talking about Fezzik there.
Sure.
So who was the highlight performer, highlight celebrity that they had?
So I think probably their top billed person was Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
From the Lost Boys, and
he was
and
a troll though. He had a line.
He had a line. He definitely had a line. Now, we didn't do any of the panels. We were going to do one or two of them,
right?
But we were just kind of tired, and we're like, all right, you know what? I think we're done. So
that seems to be a theme in this episode.
Yeah,
we're just old and tired now.
Tired. We needed a nap. So that would have been interesting to see.
The
how
Bob
many
Eubanks
people
panel. That would have been awesome.
I think we had missed that because I think that was Saturday. Or the MASH one. I think that was Friday.
because they had Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit there.
So that was kind of interesting because, all right, Corey Feldman, I could see he's done, the convention circuit before. But to see Bob Eubanks and Jamie Farr, and that was just kind of like, okay, that's kind of
not the typical celebrities you'd expect.
Right. And then a lot of the voice actors that unfortunately I don't know who any of them are.
Right. Well, and the one who was supposed to be there that I wanted to see and would have sat through his panel, Sam Witwer, wound up pulling out, unfortunately.
Right. But I also know him as not a voice actor. I know him as an actor.
Well, yeah, he's an actor.
Right. I'm saying, but you know him from the Star Wars game also.
Right.
So that would have been one,
and from Clone Wars, he was Darth Maul.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. For people that are very into gaming and anime and things like that, he plays Star Wars, The Old Republic, too, Okay.
And he's on Twitch, too.
Okay. Are you guys like best buds? Did you message him to find out?
If we were, he would have showed up, right? I gotta drop a note and find out what happened.
Like, I hope everything's okay. I missed you.
When are you gonna be in town again, man?
When are you gonna be in town? But again, it's one of our favorite locations to go and see conventions at. But as you can see, some of the space is a little sparse. They weren't filled to the max with it. But again, enough of a selection of different things out there.
They definitely overbooked the hall, which they'll probably correct that next time.
Right.
But as far as I know, they're coming back again. So
yeah, they haven't updated their website with new dates yet.
Right.
So everything is still last year or this past May.
Right.
But plenty to see, depending on what your interests are. Again, we didn't see any of the panels, so I don't know how, was space limited? Was, how was the sound?
But we did go through the panel room because that's where the restrooms were.
That is true.
Which
they were
kind of thought that was odd that you would have done it where the restrooms are.
Yeah. But of course they had,
because they were getting set up for karaoke.
Right. They were doing, and then I think they were going to be doing like a trivia thing.
Right.
They had a couple of different things. The one that was really interesting, I don't know if we got footage of it. The one, he was a puppeteer for Henson.
I think that was one of the last shots that we had.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was in this section. Oh, yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was the start of it with his artwork, but then he had various different Muppets that he has worked on.
Not at all creepy, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had all his awards and everything.
So for the people who are watching and not listening, it's worthwhile to tune in and actually see some of the details that we had.
So it was very, it was very well done. we don't normally go to see celebrities, so that's
Right.
never this is gonna.
Especially when the lead draw is Corey Feldman. We're not standing in line for Corey Feldman. I'm sorry. I would have stood in line for Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit because I love MASH.
Right, and they had no
They
line,
had
so
no
you
line,
probably
right.
could have just gone over and talked to them and said hi, and they
Yeah.
probably would have been ecstatic to.
I was spent by them. We probably
Yeah.
should have did the celebrities first.
We always should do that. Go and find them and work our way back.
Yeah.
Maybe next one.
So, do we have any conventions coming up in the near future?
I think September. I don't think there's anything in the summer because the last one would have been Fan Expo that we decided not to go to.
Right. We're not going to go to the Burst in Flames Horror Con at Expo Center, the outside one again, or are they
Well,
not doing that?
they're not doing it. That they only
Okay.
did. They'll be doing Monster Mania. Will be back at Oaks in November.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that one again.
That was a memorable one, the
Yeah.
outside one. If COVID didn't kill you, we will.
Last weekend in May. It won't be so hot.
I almost passed out. I'm over on the grass sitting under this tiny little umbrella trying not to die.
And at that one, they were actually selling umbrellas at
Right.
least. Where
We had to buy them fast because they went quick.
Right, that is true. That is true.
So anyway, that was Contropolis Philly. They don't have anything new. We're looking at the website now, actually.
Yeah, they
There
haven't
it is
updated
there.
anything yet.
We're not looking at any new information there. So hopefully they come back and, if they do, I'm sure we'll be going.
Sure.
But we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we're going to cry over a couple of shows that have said farewell to us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about the different couple of our favorite shows that have wrapped up and had their series finales in the last few months, or since we've actually done a podcast before. So the first would be the long-running original Walking Dead. And if you didn't ever hear about it, you're obviously living under a rock because it's based on the comic book series written by Robert Kirkman. It's the gritty drama that portrays life in the months and years that follow a zombie apocalypse. You have a group of survivors that travel in search for safety and security and are constantly on the move and in search of a secure home, but the pressure each day to stay alive sends them, many of the group into the deepest depths of human cruelty, and they soon discover that the overwhelming fear of the survivors can be more deadly than the zombies walking among them. Since the original came out, there have been now 6 spin-offs from this show. The original, obviously, was the one that lasted the longest with 11 seasons, and kind of rewrote the way zombie shows were done and looked at, really, when you kind of think about it. The popularity really boomed once Walking Dead came around. But they finally wrapped up their season, and we kind of thought, oh, this is the end. And then all of a sudden now you have these other spin-offs where some of the other spin-offs that they've had were totally different characters, were different places. You had the one where it's out in California. one that was also in the South where there were a couple of little tie-ins, but not really. But now after Walking Dead, they have the New York version that just came out. Dead City, which is with Negan and Maggie. But you have the Michonne show with
allegedly.
That one's also in the works. And then, of course, you have the one... I can't think.
Fear?
No, with what's his name? Daryl, the Daryl show. That was supposed to be the Daryl and Carol show, but Carol backed out. So you have, so where you kind of thought things were just ending. Nope, we're giving you 3 other shows with characters from your beloved
Daryl and his sister Carol and their other brother Daryl.
Right. So what did you think of the finale? Or the final season?
It was kind of, the final season was just a mess. They were all over the place. And it was largely because of COVID. They didn't really know how to deal with shutting down because a zombie show where you're getting eaten by other people doesn't really work in a pandemic, does it?
True.
They were very creative in how they went about doing some of the things because you had the little shorts that came out for it that pushed it around. You had season 11A, and then you had season 11B, and then you had the interludes that were the Tales of the Walking Dead in between there.
Right.
You had the ridiculously long episodes, then you had a 4-part series, and then they did the second half. It was so confusing as to where you were with things that it was really like 3 seasons in one for season 11.
Right, because I think they kind of felt like they had gotten gypped out of previous seasons because of COVID coming in and shutting things down, that they felt they had more story to tell, but yet I only read the comics up to a certain point. You did kind of read the anthologies or to kind of know where things were going, and the way the story ended on the show and where it ended in the comics was completely different. There were characters you said that survived,
and that was the problem. So by the time you got to this point in the comics, this show was completely off the rails. The main character, well, first of all, like Daryl never even appears.
Right.
So the characters,
everybody knows that part.
Right.
Yeah.
The characters that wind up at the end of the series are not the characters that are in the comic books. And the key characters that show up in the comic books are all dead or gone or missing or walkabout or whatever. They're just not there.
Right.
So what was interesting was seeing the parallels. So like, for instance, Michonne in the comics turns out to be a lawyer, and she's a judge in this new community. Well, they had to kind of have somebody there to drive part of that story.
Right.
So they pick a different one. So they pick... who'd they pick for that?
Nikita. I can't think of what her...
Khrushchev?
I'm horrible with names.
Yeah.
That one.
That one, yeah.
The one in the picture right there.
So, right. So, and one of the key things that happens in the comics is the son of the governor, I guess, or whatever her
Right.
He winds up killing... no spoilers here. The comic's been out a while. Killing, what's his face? Cowboy hat. Big gun. Sheriff. What's his name? Help me out here.
Michonne's husband.
Yes, him.
Rick.
Rick, right. So he winds up killing Rick, and that sends that whole story down. So they wind up doing something completely different here.
Okay.
Like not even close to it.
Right.
So it was an interesting take on it, but the comics didn't end, which is the weird thing. So you get the penultimate episode of the comics, and everything's, all hell's breaking loose, and it doesn't end. And then the final episode is a time hop.
Right.
That tries to sort of tell you where things are 20 years in the future or whatever.
Right.
And it was such a disappointing end to the series. This one here, at least the TV series, kind of tied up all the loose ends by the end.
Right.
But you still have that potential for a 20-year time hop down the line there that you might pick things back up again.
Right.
The contrast between the two is very different. They tried to stick to some of the story, but you just couldn't because of all the changes that happened up until this point.
Right.
It wasn't a MASH ending, and every time I think of like a series finale, I compare every series finale to MASH, right? Because that was like the ultimate ending to the ultimate show.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that, but it wasn't terrible. I don't know. I don't have any other words to really describe. It was kind of just, oh, okay. That's how it ended. All right. Well, let's move on to the next show now. Because you knew it wasn't over.
Well, and
that was the worst part.
Kind of what I was thinking is that we knew we weren't completely saying goodbye to most of these characters because they've already said, oh, by the way, we have these 3 shows in
There
production.
were no tear-jerking goodbyes. There was no, we'll never see you again type thing. It was like, oh, okay, guys, I'll see you on the set next week.
Right.
So it was like, it was such an artificial end to the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And let's be honest, 11 seasons, they dragged it out a little too far.
And that's the thing is there were some seasons that didn't have to.
Like season 2. The Terminus season was terrible.
Or that didn't have to be so long. And again, this is before COVID even happened where there were seasons that were just kind of like.
That one whole season where they were wandering in the woods. The only good thing that came out of that season was look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers. Mm-hmm. Now, if you get that reference, I commend you for sticking with the show, okay?
And that's the thing is there were people who had started watching it and got to a certain point and they were just like, you know what?
Well, and I told you,
done.
when I binged watched the first 7 seasons,
right?
Had I watched season 2 week to week, I would have walked away from that bored out of my mind. The only thing that kept me with the show is that I had binged the entire season and was able to get it done in a couple of days.
Right.
So, but anyway, that ended kind of in preparation for the new ones to come out, which Dead City is out. We saw first 2 episodes, right?
We only watched the first one
Just
so
the
far,
first one.
But there have been 2. We haven't watched the next one.
What's your opinion of the first episode?
I'm interested to see where it goes. But it's kind of there. Oh, look, there's more bad people. Oh, okay. Wow, there's more bad people, and they're really, really bad, and they're stuck on an island in New York. Ooh, let's go. And then you have, like, you even brought up the whole marshals and things that are, trying
Just
to
doesn't
keep
make sense.
law and order, and it's like, well, what organization is there? How did that organization come to be? Because
and how do you invest somebody with authority in a society where you can kill people at will? Like there's no laws. The only thing that makes a law enforcement officer valid is people who follow the law.
Right.
And if you don't follow the law, you face the penalties. Well, if nobody follows the law and you're just killing people, like clearly they are. I mean, you literally have communities that are miles away from each other going to war with each other. The premise of a marshal doesn't make any sense.
Right. Now, I did read some brief thing because I didn't want to know spoilers, but there was somebody that had watched the whole season and basically said you have to give it a couple of episodes to finally get going.
Oh, it's the Disney philosophy now.
Yeah, pretty much.
You need to get 4 episodes into the 7-episode series before it gets interesting.
Right. So we'll see. We'll probably watch it just to.
What I think what annoyed me was there was always this curiosity of what could possibly bring Negan and Maggie together to go on this adventure to New York City.
Right, because
we called it months ago what it was, and the fact that we were so spot on for it was just so disappointing.
Right, but still we don't know why Negan was where he is. They still haven't really, like he kind of hinted, but nothing else, like no more information about what happened.
But that's not what interests me, how he got there. He got there probably because he got kicked out of 12 other communities because of who he is.
Yeah, well.
I would expect nothing less. But, the fact that you have Maggie, and the only reason that Maggie went to find Negan was because the guy who runs this new gang in New York happened to be one of his followers.
Right.
That is such a weak driver, motivational driver for putting aside the fact that this man bashed your husband's brains out in front of you.
Right.
It makes no sense from a logical standpoint.
Yeah.
You could have literally taken anybody else and been just as effective. So my hopes aren't particularly high for this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's the next big disappointment?
Well, no, it wasn't a disappointment.
That it's over, I mean.
Okay. Would be Star Trek Picard. That happened to be a favorite of ours. It aired for 3 seasons and wrapped up. So the series actually begins in 2399, which is 20 years after Jean-Luc Picard's last appearance in Star Trek Nemesis, and finds that the character is deeply affected by the death of Data in that film, as well as the destruction of the planet Romulus in the film Star Trek. He is retired from Starfleet and is living on his family's vineyard. Picard is drawn into a new adventure when he is, let me move my mouse, visited by a synthetic daughter of Data, one of the several new synthetic beings that seem to be coming out now in that time period. So Picard fights for their right to exist and gives his life to save them. After his consciousness is transferred into a synthetic body for the second season.
Conveniently.
We move to 2401, and now Picard and his companions are living new lives when an old adversary, Q, traps them in an alternate reality, and they must travel back to time to the 21st century to save the future of the galaxy. And then finally, the third season, Picard learns that he has a son who is being hunted by a mysterious enemy, and then he reunites with the former crew of the USS Enterprise to protect his son and face the new invasion of the Borg.
Yep,
that's what happened.
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much what happened.
No spoilers or anything, though, but he has another son. It's not a clone from Nemesis that the Romulans made. And he helped the synths to define the fact that they could exist, kind of like he did with Data when the only thing with the series was they kind of recycled a lot of themes that they had previously.
Right.
There wasn't fresh themes there, but the way that they did it, it was a throw to the fans.
Well, definitely season 3 was definitely a throwback and a love letter to the fans, because they knew it was ending. They knew they weren't doing a 4th season, so they knew they kind of had to tie up all of the loose ends. So you had where, season 2 and season 1, you had a couple of cameos by a couple of different things. By season 3, it was basically everybody and all these different cameos and people that you weren't even expecting to show up. That, we would watch and be like, oh my God, is that? And it was. And, so that was kind of neat to have that happen. And then
it was. The only problem is there was some of the situations in which these people showed up were completely unbelievable. It's like these people don't have a life. Like, they all just sit around waiting for Picard to call them and come do something.
Okay, yeah, they're all retired for the most part.
I love the fact that they had Geordi running the ship museum, and he just conveniently put together the Enterprise that was destroyed in Star Trek Generations. Just conveniently happened to have that in his back pocket just right when they needed it.
Because you never know when you're going to need a ship.
Yeah, it was.
Suspend reality.
I felt like so much of this third season was forced down my throat. I ate it up.
You sure did.
Because I'm a Star Trek fan.
Yep.
I just felt force-fed so much of this and was just told to believe it. Yeah, that was really my take on it.
But who was your favorite character in the whole season?
My favorite character?
In the third season.
I don't know. Who was my favorite character?
Who wasn't from the original?
Who wasn't from the original? I don't know. I don't think I really had a favorite.
Wasn't the captain?
Oh, yes. The captain of the what was the ship? Oh, yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, we're not going to mention that.
No.
But the captain of the other ship was my favorite just because he was so dry and sarcastic.
Yes.
And he was a prick, and he admits that he's a prick, which, just kind of endears you. And unfortunately, he doesn't make it out of everything as squeaky clean as everyone else does. But yeah, he was definitely the highlight.
He
of
definitely
the series.
added to the highlight of your watching.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Picard seasons 1 through 3 now available on Paramount Plus.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break. Come back. We're running a little bit late here for the good, the bad, and the ugly segment. We'll be right back. I don't have the music queued up, unfortunately, but we'll be right back. So the good, we mentioned it earlier during our trip to Niagara,
Right.
up to Niagara Falls.
Mm-hmm.
The one gem that we found in what was really a sad, rundown resort town that is on bad luck, really, was a restaurant that we found on the other side of town from the resort we stayed in called The Bakery.
Yes.
The bakery itself, and I did a review. You can find my review up on Google. If you look it up on Google Maps, we have pictures and everything there. The bakery was the most unique eatery experience that I think we've had in a long time. It was genuine. It was authentic. You walked in there and you felt like you were in your mom's house from the 1950s and 60s.
Yes.
It was decorated beautifully, and the staff was attentive. When you had gotten up at one point in time to take some pictures because of how unique the place was, the chef came over
Right.
and said, "Oh, well, if you're interested in learning more about it," and he took you on a tour of the
Yeah,
place,
he
and
gave
he
me a little
showed you
walk
the
through
place.
what was interesting. So it was originally a bakery, and the baker's house were next to each other. So that's what became this building. And he took me, to the hallway where the restrooms were, and you could see through the architecture, oh, this is where the house was, this is where the bakery was, and they kind of built the two buildings together, and you could see where the front porch had been, where they had built an enclosure, and then the one area had been a dance hall, had been a speakeasy at one point in time. There was a back entrance that you would come in to go in to dance and drink and stuff. So just got all these historic things from it. There was even a picture of the original house, and a picture of the original family was there too. So if you didn't know that it was there, you might not have even known the history of it.
Yeah.
So
it was such a genuine experience, and it was so enjoyable. Chef Joseph was so attentive. You had gone off to the restaurant at one point in time, and he was talking to Maddie and I, and he was saying, I don't live in town here. I commute in from Buffalo, and he was giving us,
suggestions
things to do
of other
in
things. Yeah.
It was just so. It really made kind of a lukewarm trip really special to do that, and it was before we went to the Strong, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
So that was the other highlight of the trip itself, was the bakery in
Right.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Now for the ugly. So we had talked about this a lot. We had talked about the anticipation of it coming. We had talked about the accommodations and the experience. And we talked about the price. And we said, I'll be shocked. And I have to go back and probably get my quote. I'll be shocked if this lasts 18 months. And of course, we're talking about Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser, which is set for its final voyage in September. Hasn't been open 2 full years now?
Yeah, it's been 18 months, I believe.
18 months. And they're closing. Because they can't convince enough stupid people to pay the kind of money that they want you to pay. And really, it was ridiculous that they were charging the equivalent of a 7-day cruise for 2 nights.
Right.
To basically stay in a prison cell.
Right.
And that's what people who have stayed there described it as. No windows. You're sleeping in bunk beds, like prison style bunk beds. Your day is regimented. You have to do certain things because of the way that they have their interaction.
Right.
And people just didn't find it enjoyable.
Right. And if you weren't the type of person that enjoyed role playing or LARPing or anything to that, this wasn't for you because you're not going to get anything out of it. Now, people that were into that and liked dressing up and liked being interactive, they enjoyed the trip because it was immersive that way. But if you weren't that type of person, you were probably bored out of your mind because there wasn't anything else to do. Or you kind of felt weird hanging around other people that were doing these adventures and things like that. So
I just want to take a moment to tell Disney, I told you so. I took great pleasure in hearing about this because there was as much as I would have loved to go and experience it, there was no way in hell that I was going to give Disney that kind of money for any kind of experience. I don't care. I'm not giving Disney that much money for something like that for 2 days.
Right. Now, if it was a week's vacation with, on an actual cruise ship, yes, I will give you that kind of money.
Right.
For me to actually go someplace and see something and do. But yeah, that was the thing. We were very excited when they were first announcing it, and we said, okay, let's see what it comes out to be, how much it's going to be, how much, okay, where's our price point, what we're willing to spend. And then when the prices came out, it was just,
and then Disney slapped millions of people in the face with the fictitious price that they gave you. And it was just embarrassing.
Right.
I was embarrassed for Disney that they were asking people for that kind of money.
Yeah.
Second ugly thing, and this is one that's near and dear.
Well, this is really the bad. This is probably more than ugly.
Oh, right. This is the bad. Sorry. I went out of order.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Okay. You can fix it in post.
Yeah, I'll fix it in post. I keep saying that. Anyway, we were robbed. Somebody stole money from us. And the people that stole money from us were the Philly Pops and the Kimmel Center, because we had bought tickets for a Star Wars concert event. And it was canceled at one point in time, allegedly.
It was supposed to be last summer.
Right.
And then due to whatever reasons, they had to postpone it until June of this year. So they said, hold on to your tickets.
They didn't offer any refunds.
Right. You could transfer your ticket to something else, but just hold on to your tickets. Everything will be fine. We'll see you June 2023.
Right. And then what happened?
Oh, it's postponed again, but we don't know when now or where it'll actually even be.
They were very communicative, the Philly Pops were, in telling us about this legal battle that they had with the Kimmel Center. And it was a terrible thing, and they kicked them out, and they're not giving them any concert hall time, and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't give a damn about any of that. All I know is I paid money for a concert that they didn't put on, and I don't care whose fault it is. The concert was scheduled for last week. I want my concert, or I want my money.
Right.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to hear it's postponed. I don't want to hear this guy did this. I don't want to hear that you're crying poor mouth. You took my money. You didn't give me a product. You stole my money. And it was the Philly Pops and it was the Kimmel Center that stole my money. And at this point in time, I'm waiting for the class action lawsuit because I know it's going to come out and I'll get $3 back from it and lawyers will get the rest of the money. But at least based on principle, someone's going to pay something for this. And neither the Philly Pops, which we've gone to a number of their shows already, nor the Kimmel Center will ever get another dime from me because they stole my money. That's my public service announcement for today.
Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. It's a little hot in here now, so I'm getting a little hot under the collar.
I understand.
So anyway, that was the afterthoughts I had. Be careful of who you give your money to. Don't trust anybody, et cetera, et cetera. Be paranoid like me.
Sure.
And bitter. Be bitter too.
Be better.
That's the important part.
Nice.
I don't forgive. I don't forget either. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that was all we had for the show today. Before we go, I do want to once again invite folks from our listening and viewing audience. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to our podcast. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. You're looking at me as though I have to say something.
No.
Okay. We're on Google, Stitcher. I would also ask you to take a few moments, give us a review. Give us a thumbs up or a star or whatever your podcast of choice uses for a rating system itself.
High five.
High fives work too.
Fist pump. I don't know.
That works. I don't know of any of them that do fist bumps, but that could be kind of awkward. Also, reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things.
And you can go to our main website that has links to everything that we mentioned, which is www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 184, Helping Teens Avoid FOMO, or Fear of Missing Out. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my active and involved co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone. Interesting adjectives for today.
Are you active and involved, or no?
Probably not today, but
Not so much, huh? Well, I know you're not feeling so good today. How was the rest of the week so far for you, though?
Not terrible, I guess.
That's good, I guess.
I mean, just trying to get back into the swing of things after Thanksgiving break, so.
Anything exciting? I know you missed a few quizzes today because of absent teachers.
Yeah, we're going to be doing all that tomorrow, so fun.
Right. So one exciting thing we did have to report today, we just got the first sample in here, a piece of original artwork that you did. That was, let me see the cup here. So this was original artwork that you did for Baldur's Gate, because we've been playing the game quite religiously now.
Yep.
And we just got some new, what are these, tumblers or mugs, or what are these things called?
Well, they're not mugs. I'm assuming they're called tumblers.
Tumblers? Maybe they're tumblers. Anyway, you too can own a custom Baldur's Gate piece of artwork from Madison. We can get you these tumblers for $20 each if you want those. Just write in and let us know. But it's got all the main characters, your companion characters. It's got the pets, and it's got a nice little blank space there, so you can even color in your own Tav, whatever your custom character is. Anyway, it was worthwhile. I think we had to plug it just because it was really cool, because I like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of the sales pitch. So FOMO, which stands for fear of missing out, is a common issue among teenagers that can lead to feelings of isolation. It goes beyond the concern of missing a specific event and instead involves an ongoing fear of being excluded. Adolescents experiencing FOMO often believe that enjoyable and exciting activities are happening elsewhere without their involvement. On today's episode of Insights into Things, Insights into Teens, they're technically both the same thing because everything falls under Insights into Things.
Yeah.
Disclaimer there. We're going to talk about FOMO, how it affects teens, and how to help teens, not teams, how to help teens. They could be teams of teens. How to combat this very real issue.
And we're already making up words, or not making up words.
Going
just
off
teasing.
script. It's a very fluid script that we have today.
Pretty much.
Before we do that, though, I do want to put another plug in there for the podcast itself. I would invite our listening and viewing audience out there to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in. Give us your feedback. Tell us whether or not you like our mugs. And give us your suggestions for show topics. We are available at comments@insightsintothings.com for email. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things or X or whatever Elon's calling it this week. You can also find all these links and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
Here we go. So our friends at Newport Academy once again enlighten us for today's topic. So fear of missing out is a term that encapsulates a prevalent psychological phenomenon in today's digital era, especially in the context of social media and smartphone usage. This concept, while addressing a long-existing human emotion, has gained significant relevance in contemporary society, as evidenced by its addition to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2013. This inclusion marks a recognition of how its growing impact in the modern, digitally connected world has had an effect on everyone.
The emergence and I'm not even going to try that one. Proliferation of social media platforms have profoundly influenced how teenagers perceive and engage with their social environments. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Snapchat offer a continuous stream of updates and images from peers and acquaintances. These posts often depict the most enjoyable and exciting moments of people's lives, focusing heavily on positive and enviable experiences. This phenomenon leads to a distorted perception of reality among adolescents, who are regularly exposed to these highly curated and selective portrayals of others' lives.
The constant exposure to idealized representations on social media can make teenagers feel that their own lives are comparatively dull or unfulfilling. The contrast between the exciting lives they perceive online and their own daily experiences can create a sense of dissatisfaction or longing. This is particularly impactful during adolescence, a time when social belonging and peer perception are highly emphasized. The disparity between the online world's highlights and their own reality can intensify feelings of FOMO, leading teenagers to believe they're missing out on experiences that everyone else seems to be enjoying.
FOMO, therefore, is not just about the fear of missing out on events or experiences, but extends to a deeper concern about social belonging, self-esteem, and personal fulfillment in comparison to others. It underscores the psychological impact of social media on young individuals, shaping their understanding of social norms and expectations. This digital age phenomenon calls for increased awareness and strategies to mitigate its negative effects on the well-being of adolescents.
Fear of missing out is particularly acute among teenagers, who tend to be avid users of social media, except for you, of course. This demographic's engagement with platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat is not only frequent, but often takes on a compulsive quality. Studies have shown a correlation between high levels of FOMO and intense social media usage. Teens typically check their social media feeds as one of the first activities in the morning, the last before sleeping, and even during meals. This pattern suggests a deep-seated need to stay connected, driven by the fear of missing out on something important or exciting happening in their social circles.
The impact of FOMO is not confirmed.
You should stretch before we have these things. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. The impact of FOMO is not confined to digital interactions, but spills over into the physical world, influencing behavior and mental focus. Teenagers experiencing FOMO may find it difficult to concentrate on daily tasks, such as driving or attending classes. The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen... The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen drivers, but also others on the road. In educational settings, the distraction can diminish their ability to engage with and absorb critical learning materials, impacting their academic performance.
The pervasive nature of social media exacerbates FOMO, as these platforms are designed to showcase a polished, idealized version of life. Constant exposure to such portrayals can foster feelings of inadequacy and isolation among teens as they compare their everyday lives to the highlight reels of their peers. The comparison can create a sense of being left out or falling behind, which in turn can impact their self-esteem and overall emotional well-being.
Addressing and managing FOMO is crucial for the mental health of teenagers in today's digital world. It involves cultivating an understanding of the curated nature of social media content and developing strategies to balance online engagement with real-world experiences. Encouraging healthy digital habits, promoting real-life interactions, and fostering an environment where teenagers can discuss and navigate these challenges are essential steps in mitigating the negative effects of FOMO. This approach can help teens build resilience against the pressures of social media and support their emotional and physiological health in a hyper-connected age.
So they make an interesting point here, drawing the parallels between FOMO and social media, in that what we see on social media really is not an accurate representation of reality. It really is a highlight reel. I think that's a great way to describe it. How do you, and I know you don't regularly use social media, but how would you differentiate the highlight reels that people put up there for their statuses and what they're doing and their influencer stuff and all that stuff? How do you differentiate that from reality and what their lives really are like?
Well, a lot of times I find it kind of easy because when it comes to, certain influencers, a lot of the times they kind of like make humor out of their lives. And like, I always know that when it comes to humor, it can usually be pretty exaggerated. So I'm usually able to kind of differentiate between that, where it's like someone like does something overly extreme and it's like, oh, that was kind of for comedic effect, or just, to, make someone laugh or try to, poke fun at something.
Okay. And I guess that makes sense. I mean, as long as there's a grounded understanding in reality that what you're seeing online is not really what life is. It's almost like
watching reality TV and expecting it to represent actual real life. Reality TV has nothing to do with reality.
Yep.
And I think social media is the same thing. So if people are formulating opinions of themselves in their own lives based on that, that's kind of dangerous ground there. In what ways do you suffer from FOMO? Do you suffer from FOMO? I know you're not a particularly social person. You don't have these grand circles of people that you hang out with on a regular basis. Is FOMO an issue for you?
It certainly can be, I'll be honest, because, like, granted, while I don't have it in relation to social media as much as, some teens would, I do have it when it comes to just being around other people, because I can see that there are, like, at lunch, there are, like, groups of friends that hang out with each other and that, talk and are able to, crack jokes with each other. Meanwhile, I'm kind of sitting alone, doing my own work. I'm fine with sitting alone, but it's like, sometimes it'd be nice to have a group of friends to hang out with at lunch.
Right. No, I understand that. Do you notice people in your class or people in your age range, are they as hooked on social media and have this burning need to be updated on a regular basis like the article seems to suggest?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of kids that I know in my school who are either on their phones for, like, trying to check out what's been going on, or they're on their phone to play some sort of game, or they use their phone to talk to, their friends. Now, obviously, I don't really know if all of them are, like, if it's always social media, but I do know it's kind of something that, like, a decent amount of people in my school are known for.
Okay. Have you ever felt the need or the pressure to make your life seem more exciting for other people? Are you trying, like, if you're trying to impress somebody or something where having a very positive looking social media feed would kind of feed into that? Have you ever been in a situation like that?
I don't think I've ever really been in a situation where I've, like, tried to make my life seem better than it is, at least in, like, my average everyday life. Because, like, the people that know my average everyday life, I don't feel like I need to impress. And when it comes to other people, I really don't even share much about that. So as someone that really doesn't talk to people or really try to engage with anybody that I, don't already know, I don't think I've really had that issue.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, not being on social media certainly helps, I'm sure. That's part of it. But the fact that you don't even have a need to try to impress people, and the fact that your friends don't have that expectation, is really a testament to you and to your friends and to the character that you look for in friends. I think it's a compliment to you.
Yeah, really, what happens is it's just, like, I leave stuff out. It's not that I, like, try to exaggerate certain things. It's just like some more personal aspects about my life. It's like I don't always tell all my friends. So that's the only thing I can think of, really.
That makes sense. All right. I think we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, you can tell us how FOMO impacts mental health.
Sure.
We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how FOMO impacts mental health. The impact of FOMO, or fear of missing out, on adolescent mental health in the digital age is a growing concern, especially given the ubiquity of social media. FOMO, while not a classified mental health condition, can contribute to increased feelings of anxiety and depression among teens, often leading to detrimental effects on their overall well-being. Studies have shown that teenagers who experience high levels of FOMO often report lower life satisfaction and more frequent negative moods. This link is particularly evident in the way FOMO interacts with social media usage, creating a cycle that can lead to stress, disrupted sleep patterns, and an overall increase in negative emotion.
One insightful study involving college freshmen used daily diaries and questionnaires to explore the participants' well-being and life satisfaction, revealing several crucial aspects of how FOMO affects adolescents. The timing and occurrence of FOMO were noted to vary throughout the day, with an increase later in the day and towards the end of the week. This pattern suggests that the anticipation of missing out on social events or activities grows as the weekend, a prime time for socializing, draws near. Importantly, FOMO is not confined to any specific personality type. It affects a wide range of individuals, including both introverted and extroverted teens. This broad impact highlights FOMO's pervasive nature in the adolescent experience.
Another key finding is the impact of FOMO on everyday activities. Teens often feel heightened levels of FOMO when they are engaged in necessary activities like studying or working, as they might perceive these responsibilities as barriers to participating in desirable social events. This conflict between obligation and the desire to be socially involved can exacerbate feelings of FOMO.
The study also revealed that FOMO can lead to significant negative outcomes. It not only triggers negative emotions, but also serves as a major distraction. Adolescents preoccupied with what they might be missing out on can experience considerable emotional turmoil. This preoccupation can detract from their ability to enjoy present moments and engage fully in their current activities. Understanding and addressing the impact of FOMO is therefore crucial for supporting the mental health and emotional development of adolescents in our increasingly digital world.
The correlation between FOMO and spending behaviors, particularly among millennials, sheds light on its broader societal implications. A recent study revealed that a significant portion of millennials, nearly 40%, have incurred expenses beyond their financial capacity, motivated by the urge to keep pace with their peers. This trend reflects how FOMO influences spending choices, pushing individuals towards purchasing experiences, events, and material goods to counteract the feeling of being left out. This phenomenon is especially pronounced in the millennial demographic, driven by a sense that others' accomplishments or experiences are in some way a loss to them, highlighting a competitive aspect of social comparison.
The impact of social media on mental health is significantly magnified by the phenomenon of FOMO. In today's digital age, the urge to remain continuously connected and keep up with peers can lead to increased levels of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. This persistent state of mental strain is not just an individual concern, but also a societal one, emphasizing the need for parents, caregivers, and the community to understand and address these dynamics.
Recognizing how FOMO influences young people's financial decisions and mental well-being is crucial. It's not only about the immediate feelings of missing out, but also about the long-term effects on life satisfaction and emotional health. Young individuals, consistently bombarded with images and updates from their peers, can develop a distorted view of what is normal or desirable, leading them to make financial choices that are unsustainable or detrimental to their long-term goals.
To counteract these effects, it's imperative to develop and implement effective strategies that encourage healthier social media habits. This involves educating teens about the curated nature of social media content, promoting a balanced digital diet, and fostering open conversations about the emotional impact of online interactions. Encouraging activities that are offline and focusing on personal interests and skills can also help to build a sense of self-worth that is not reliant on social validation.
Cultivating emotional and psychological resilience is key. This can be achieved through developing coping strategies for managing anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. Teaching young people mindfulness, digital literacy, and critical thinking skills can empower them to navigate the complexities of a digitally dominated world with greater confidence and well-being.
Addressing the pervasive effects of FOMO in the context of social media requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders in society. By fostering awareness, promoting healthy habits, and building resilience, we can support the younger generation in achieving a more balanced and satisfying digital and real life experience. Now, it's worth noting that was a lot of material that we went through there, and a lot of it sort of kind of nags on social media. This is not a problem that is caused by social media. It is not unique to social media, nor is it solved by getting off of social media. Fear of missing out is a legitimate emotional feeling that has long existed well before even the internet was around. I could say as a young teen, I fell victim to this numerous times. And they make a point of saying that it happens a lot on the weekends. There's not a lot of socialization that happens for teenagers during the week under normal circumstances. So most of that, dances or going to the mall or movies or hanging out with friends, most of that happens on the weekend. And that's usually when most of this sort of creeps up. For me, it was funny because I found it, back when I was your age, the internet didn't exist. Yes, that's how old I am. We had BBSs, bulletin board services, where you would dial into computers over the phone line, and that was essentially what social media was for us back then. And what I found, there were times that when you tried to do that and get online with other people, you couldn't because the phone would be busy. And I found that's where I had my fear of missing out. When I couldn't get online and I couldn't get to these social areas that I would hang out with friends, that's when I would feel it. Have you ever experienced a fear of missing out under any circumstance?
I mean, I guess. Thing is, when it came to the school dances, I know for a while a lot of my friends have been wanting me to go to the school dances, and I only ever really went to one, and that was like kind of an informal dance. Ever since 6th grade, I haven't gone to another one. And I know a lot of my friends, particularly one, is very keen on me trying to go to, another one of the dances. And I guess there was certainly like I don't want to let them down sort of thing. But it wasn't enough to make me go to the dance.
Nice. Okay. So if you don't really experience FOMO the way it's defined here, have you ever been in situations where maybe you felt left out of something and that might be kind of contributing to this?
I mean, yeah. One thing I can say that it's not as big, but certain social trends that, people like, let's just say buzzwords, I guess. There's words there's slang that people my age use and use it on a daily basis. And for a while, I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I don't get it. And, I'll kind of feel left out in that way, or left out in like the new social trend of like, oh, there's this thing that everybody really likes and everyone's really into it. And I'm like, what is this?
Right.
So,
I gotcha.
yeah, I guess in a way, I feel that's kind of where I kind of feel left out. It's not like an extreme thing, but it's still like, okay, I really don't get this.
I gotcha. So you're not, addicted or married to your social media, but you still keep up with your friends. What are some of the methods that you typically use to keep in touch with your friends and keep up on things?
Just texting, saying, hey, how you doing? Occasionally calling, and then with some of them, I've been hanging out with them.
Okay.
So
ironically enough, it's more traditional methods that you have. Granted, texting's not traditional, but texting's kind of the equivalent of a phone call these days. Since most people who have cell phones don't actually know you can actually talk to people on them. They use it for everything but phone conversations. So in situations like that, have you found yourself trying to get a hold of a friend and that friend's just not available and you don't know why they're not available, and you may feel that FOMO feeling even for a brief period of time there? Has that ever happened?
I mean, yeah, there have been instances where I've wanted to like talk to like a friend and they don't like respond back. Most of the time it's not like I'm scared I'm being left out. It's like, oh my God, what happened to them?
Right. So it's a concern for them at that point. So anytime that sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like anytime that you've had these feelings of perhaps being left out, it hasn't had a traumatic effect on you.
Not really.
Your self-esteem hasn't been affected by it. It's kind of like water off the back of a duck. You just sort of roll with it sounds like.
Yeah, I ruined my own self-esteem. I don't
You don't need any help with that.
I don't need any help with that.
Okay. Well, that's another podcast we're going to have to revisit, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we'll talk about how to overcome FOMO even if you don't have it. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how to overcome FOMO. The strategy of limiting social media usage to combat FOMO, particularly among teenagers, has been increasingly recognized as a way to enhance mental well-being. A notable study titled No More FOMO explored the effects of reducing social media entanglement on emotional and physiological health, offering insights into the benefits of disconnecting from these platforms.
The study involved 143 undergraduate students from the University of Pennsylvania. Initially, researchers assessed the participants' usual social media habits, focusing on their engagement with platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. This initial phase provided a baseline understanding of their typical online behaviors.
Participants were split into two groups. One group was instructed to limit their social media use to just 10 minutes per platform each day, while the other group continued their normal usage patterns. After 3 weeks, the results of the study were revealing. The group that altered to the 10-minute limit experienced a significant decrease in feelings of loneliness and depression compared to the control group. This finding suggests that actively reducing time spent on social media can lead to notable improvements on emotional well-being.
Participants in both groups became conscious of the impact of their social media interactions. This heightened awareness points to the benefits of mindful engagement with digital platforms, indicating that a more thoughtful approach to social media can enhance emotional health. Interestingly, both groups, including those who didn't change their social media usage, showed reductions in anxiety and FOMO during the study. The outcome implies that simply being more mindful and aware of social media use, even without imposing strict limits, can have a positive effect.
The study's conclusion advocates for restricting social media use to about 30 minutes per day, suggesting that this can lead to significant improvements in overall well-being. The findings reinforce the idea that balancing connectivity with healthy technological boundaries is crucial for maintaining good mental health. This approach highlights the importance of managing digital interactions in a way that supports, rather than detracts from, emotional and physiological health.
So obviously, all of those techniques to overcome this kind of center and revolve around the premise that social media is a major contributor. We already acknowledge the fact that it's a contributor, but it's not the only factor. So there's a number of other techniques that we can talk about. Addressing and overcoming FOMO involves more than just reducing social media use. It requires understanding its root causes and actively engaging in positive strategies to enhance well-being. This means acknowledging that the issue isn't solely the fault of social media. Instead of getting caught in the trap of constant comparisons with others, teens can adapt several effective approaches to better manage FOMO.
Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude level. Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude journal or a positivity notebook helps them focus on the positive aspects of their lives. This practice of reflection and appreciation can bolster self-esteem and diminish the sense of missing out on something supposedly better. Another beneficial activity is volunteering, which allows teens to contribute positively to their community. This not only provides valuable social interactions outside the digital realm, but also instills a sense of purpose and connection to a larger goal.
Spending time outdoors is another crucial strategy. You and I love to do that. Being in nature, away from technology, offers a respite for the nervous system and can mitigate the negative effects of FOMO. Physical activities and the calming influence of natural surroundings positively impact mental health. Building authentic connections with peers is also vital. Strong, understanding, and caring friendships can significantly reduce the emotional stress associated with FOMO.
Pursuing passions, be it through creative activities or hobbies, is also instrumental in combating FOMO. Engaging in activities that teens are passionate about can enhance their self-esteem and provide a sense of achievement, counteracting the feelings of inadequacy often fueled by FOMO. Lastly, it's important to recognize when FOMO becomes overwhelming. If a teen struggles to detach from their phone and this behavior interferes with their daily life, it may indicate underlying mental health issues such as depression or anxiety. In such cases, seeking help from mental health professionals is crucial. Early identification and intervention can effectively address these concerns.
Overcoming FOMO involves a multifaceted approach that empowers teens to appreciate their lives, engage in fulfilling activities, nurture real-life relationships, and seek professional help when necessary. By focusing on these diverse strategies, teens can effectively lessen the impact of FOMO and improve their overall well-being. So I think throughout the discussion here, we've kind of established the fact that you're not particularly susceptible to FOMO. Do you have any friends that you think may be going through some of the things that we talked about here, that some of these techniques might actually help?
I mean, yeah, probably. I might not know them off the top of my head or know which friends would probably be more susceptible to it than others, but yeah, I do believe that some of my friends are probably dealing with something like this. And hopefully, if, I end up bringing this up to them, they'll be able to, it'll be able to help.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might be one of those things where you just never talk to them about it and they don't even realize they might be going through it. So do you do any of the techniques that they talked about here, or a gratitude journal, or I know you don't engage in outdoor activities a lot, but pursue hobbies and stuff like that? Obviously, given the artwork that we have on the cup that we have now, we know you do pursue hobbies. Do you find solace in any of these types of things?
Well, keeping a gratitude journal, I don't really do that. I remember I tried doing something like that, and then it was just, I stopped.
It wasn't
So,
very gratifying.
yeah, so, that's not really something that connects with me as much. Maybe if I actually put in the effort, but,
Okay.
Uh, volunteering, I want to volunteer at some point. I haven't yet. I'm working on that.
That's up there with the gratitude journal.
Spending time outdoors, obviously, I don't do that. Building connections with my peers, I've technically been doing that with specific peers, but, peers nonetheless.
Okay.
Pursuing passions, clearly that's probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
So pursuing passions certainly resonates with me. So yeah, I guess the last two are really
Okay. Well, it's good to see that some of these things are activities that you engage in, because not only do they help with FOMO, they help with a number of other emotional management type things that we have to deal with on a regular basis. So, in your experience, how important is it to have strong and real life connections with your friends? And what are some of your techniques for establishing and maintaining those?
Oh, interesting that you're asking me that. I do think it's important to have at least someone that you can talk to.
Just one person.
It doesn't need to be, an entire group of people. If it's an entire group of people, cool. If it's like one or two people, cool. I do feel like having that support group is certainly good. And I don't think anyone should feel, less adequate if they don't have a huge group of friends over like someone else that they know. So, just having at least somebody I feel is good.
Quality over quantity.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And for getting said friend and maintaining that relationship, I guess just be yourself and someone will probably come around and like you and enough to hang out with you. And in order to maintain that relationship, just keep up open communication and again, continue to be yourself. Don't, put on a mask for anybody. Don't pretend to be something you're not. I guess that's the best advice I can give because I really don't.
Well, and I think that's sound advice. I think being genuine is important. And I think FOMO kind of lends to this being genuine to yourself type thing. When people are more concerned about what other people think and they start acting and behaving and doing things for the benefit of others because they want to fit in, then they're really not being themselves. And there's only so long that you can keep up that facade, right? So if you make friends with someone on false pretense, you have to pretend to be that false person whenever you're around that other person. And I have to imagine that's just exhausting.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to make you miserable.
And then the other person's going to think you're disingenuous at that point in time.
Yep.
So you're right. Be yourself, and you're going to find some people like you for who you are, and some people won't. And we can't please everybody all the time, right?
Yep.
So be yourself, like yourself first. Once you like yourself, then I think you'll find other people are going to like you as well. And then you won't have to go through FOMO. You'll be in that social circle.
Yay.
So I think that kind of wraps it up for us today. We're going to take a quick break, come back. We'll get your clothing thoughts. Yeah. What do you think of clothing today? No, we'll get your closing thoughts and then finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that being able to connect with people in a way that's not artificial and also being genuine to yourself and the way that you want to live your life, I feel is very important. Obviously, FOMO isn't just an effect when it comes to things like social media. It's the fear of missing out. It's the fear of missing out on stuff that your friends can go through. It's the fear of missing out on stuff you see on social media. It's just the fear of not being able to accept your life as it is and appreciating what you have. So really, all I'm going to say is that, find value in your life. And even if it's not as grand as someone else's life, or you think that you could be doing better or anything like that, I still think that appreciating the life that you have is good.
All right. I think they were sage words, as always.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to emphasize the one point that you made, and that's appreciation. Appreciate what you have and who you have. Don't covet what somebody else might have, because the perception that you have of what that other person's life is like probably is distorted. It's not reality. Everyone posts all these wonderful things on their social media that they're doing. I'm going to this place and having fun with this person. They're not posting the negative stuff up there usually. So just remember, you got to take the good with the bad, but appreciate what you are, who you are, and what you have, and work from there. I think that's it for the podcast today. Before we go, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us what you think. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You'll find high-res versions of all our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Sam now, and Insights into Tomorrow, hosted by you and Mommy now.
Very good. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow, from politics and world news to media and technology. we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 22, No More Yesterdays. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my informed and concerned co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Anything exciting going on other than flip-flop of hosts on the shows recently?
No, I think we're all trying to get into the swing of things, I guess.
Indeed, we have kicked off our holiday with Thanksgiving and mad rush up until the end of December now.
Yeah. Now it's all downhill.
Yeah, pretty much. So, in this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we delve into the alarming parallels and stark differences between the nationalism and anti-Semitism of the Nazi era and today's world. We explore how both periods are marked by ideologies of exclusion and economic turmoil, fueling nationalist sentiments, alongside the dangerous tendency of scapegoating minorities. The Nazi regime's systematic state-sponsored anti-Semitism and its sophisticated propaganda machine present a stark contrast to today's more decentralized, internet-driven spread of anti-Semitic ideology. And I thought this was kind of poignant because we have had for several years now in the United States, one entire political movement that focuses on the past. You know, this whole idea of make America great again, but they never tell you when they're referring to.
Right.
And the time that they're referring to goes back to some of these darker days during a time period of exclusion, of civil rights not being a priority, of individual rights not being a priority. And the people that want to go back to that time are the ones who were in power and advantaged at that time. And that was a very small number of people at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you have a large segment of the population pushing for that now and completely ignoring the parallels that they're shooting for now compared to what happened in the 1930s and 40s with the rise of other nationalist movements, socialism and fascism, is disturbing. And that's why I titled this podcast No More Yesterdays. You know, we don't want to go back. We've, over the last 100 years, we as a country, we as a civilization, and the human race in general have evolved considerably in that time. And there's a segment of the population who desperately wants to drag us back to those dark times. So we're going to take a look at some of the comparisons on that and offer some insights and side-by-side looks at what it was like then, what it is today, and hopefully have enough wisdom to not go down that dark path again. But before we do that, though, I want to take a moment to remind our listening and viewing audience to, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, disagree with us, tell me your point of view. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X at insights_things, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website
at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get going?
Oh, let's the fun begin.
Here we go. The comparison of nationalism and anti-Semitism during the rise of the Nazi Party in the first half of the 20th century with today's political climate reveals some notable similarities as well as significant differences. From a similarity standpoint, you have an ideology of exclusion. Both eras witness ideologies that define the nation in exclusionary terms, which is really contrary to what this country was ever built on. The Nazi Party's version of nationalism was grounded in racial purity and the exclusion of Jews, among others. Despite the fact that there's Jewish ancestry on Hitler's side, and Hitler wasn't even German to begin with. So, purity. Modern nationalism, while not typically as extreme, often similarly hinges on defining insiders and outsiders, sometimes marginalizing certain groups. There's also significant similarities in economic factors. Economic uncertainty played a significant role in the rise of the Nazi Party as it capitalized on the economic woes of post-World War I Germany to gain support. Today, the economic uncertainty, particularly in the wake of globalization and economic crises, also fuels nationalist sentiments.
So now we'll talk about scapegoating. So the Nazi regime notoriously used Jews as a scapegoat for Germany's problems. In contemporary politics, while not as extreme or widespread, there is still a tendency in some nationalist narratives to scapegoat immigrants or ethnic minorities for social and economic issues. The use of propaganda. The Nazis were adept at using propaganda to spread their ideologies. And today, while the methods have evolved, the use of media and particularly social media to dismantle nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments echoes this aspect of the past. The rise of the term fake news to discredit credible sources that point out the lies and crimes of one political organization over another has threatened to undermine any source of truth.
So while there's a number of similarities, there's also differences. So the first one we look at is the institutional framework. The current global institutional framework, including organizations like the United Nations and various human rights conventions, acts as a significant barrier against the rise of extremist ideologies akin to those of the Nazi era. Even though the United Nations has proven time and again to be ineffective against even mildly concerted efforts by a few obstructionist members to undermine the basic principles of its existence. The other is public awareness and education. Again, you would think by now we would have a better understanding of these things having lived through it once. There is a higher level of public awareness and education about the dangers of extreme nationalism and anti-Semitism today, largely as a result of the lessons learned from World War II and the Holocaust. However, with active efforts to distort history, ban books and curricula teaching about the atrocities and culture of denial has arisen that threatens the basic defense against a repeat of the atrocities of the Nazis.
Then there's the extent and nature of anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism of the Nazi era was state-sponsored, systematic, and led to the Holocaust. Modern anti-Semitism, while a serious concern, typically does not manifest with the same intensity or state-level endorsement. This less intensive approach in and of itself may actually be more dangerous, and it makes the concept of anti-Semitism more appealing to the less radicalized members of society and thus threatens to make the practice even more widespread. globalization and digital connectivity. So now we have the contemporary world, which, is more interconnected now than it was in the 1930s and the 1940s. This globalization and digital connectivity can both fuel nationalist sentiments, but also provide means for counter-narratives and global solidarity against extremism. So recent history has shown how easily social media can be manipulated to propagate hate and violence more so than prevent it throughout.
So, just on what we talked about here, do you think the technological advantages of communication today makes it more or less likelihood for something like this nationalist movement to propagate or be defended against?
Honestly, I would have to say kind of a little bit of both. It's definitely easier for the word to get out, for this propaganda to be spread. You have so many people that as soon as they see a post about something, a tweet about something, a picture about something, they forward it to everybody that they know without even checking to see if it's factual. But then on the other hand, you have real-time news, real-time events that are happening that people are being informed about pretty much right as it happens, as opposed to back in the day where it could be weeks before somebody heard about something, months before somebody heard something, hours before. Now it's almost instantaneous that the other side of things is getting out there. So I think it's a little bit of both with it.
What about the the level of anonymity that you could have starting a movement on the internet now where you're insulated? You don't have to put yourself out there. When you had the Nazis were starting their movements, they were going out, putting themselves in public beer halls and riling up the people directly, and exposing themselves at that point in time to prosecution and persecution and stuff like that. Do you think it's more likely that you'll get, we'll call them rabble rousers, when they can hide behind the anonymity of a Twitter or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Because now, and you see that just in general with the trolls that are out there, that, somebody posts a picture of Dolly Parton from this past few days ago. She performed a halftime show, and all these trolls came out, or she wasn't really singing, she was lip syncing, and and just and is it something where they would have actually ever said that to her face? Probably not. They wouldn't never have done that. But now, because you can hide behind it and you don't have that fear of persecution, and especially now, there are so many things out there where before, if you commented or posted something, it would have your name. And granted, most people would change their usernames and things like that. Now there's so many areas to post or comment where you can do it anonymously now. They've added that feature. So now it gives you, now I can be more of a rebel rouser, and go out there and say what I have to say, and nobody will ever find out that it's me.
That's a very good point. So how do you think the rise of social media and the concept of fake news has affected the way Americans understand and discuss political issues, including topics like nationalism and anti-Semitism? Can people have a logical, civilized discussion, or we're seeing extremism on both sides, and just because one side says one thing, you could have one side that finds the cure for cancer, finds a magical pill that solves world hunger and creates world peace all at one time, and the other side would oppose it because the opposition came up with it.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
it's tough because especially now with what is going on in current events as of today, with the events of 10/7 that are still fresh. You have hostages that are, just starting to be released almost, 50 days later. And there are people obviously on both sides, and it's very hard to have that sit down with with somebody that's so passionate. You almost need to find somebody who's, I don't want to say sensible, but because everybody is passionate about their stance, no matter which stance they take. But sometimes when you're so passionate about something, you can't even allow the other side to even educate you on how they feel. Why do you feel the way you feel? What has been done to you? But you need to hear me as well. And that's, I think, the problem, that when you get into these situations, the person that's, from both sides, they're just so passionate, they don't even have that moment to just let me sit back take it in.
There's an overall lack of objectivity when the passions run that high.
Right.
And when you lack the ability to be objective, you also can't make a logical, objective argument for your point of view either.
Right.
And I think that's the problem. Like, if somebody questions, if you feel passionate about something, that's wonderful. And if somebody questions you about that, you should be passionate enough, but knowledgeable enough to defend your point of view.
Right.
And when you resort to insults, which is usually the first direction that it goes.
Right.
It's first they start to insult you, and then they attack your position without providing any support for their own position. When you go to those tactics, you kind of lose all your credibility at that point in time.
Right.
And that's, I think, what we tend to run into. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dig in a little bit deeper into some of the anti-Semitism of the Nazi era. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back. So the comparison of anti-Semitism in the Nazi era and its manifestation in the contemporary world underscores both a continuity in prejudice and a significant shift in how it is expressed and dismantled. So anti-Semitism in the Nazi era. You had state-sponsored policies, and the most striking aspect of Nazi-era anti-Semitism was its systematic state sponsorship. The Nazi regime under Hitler embedded anti-Semitic ideology into government policy, which led to the progressive isolation, dehumanization, and eventual mass extermination of Jews in the Holocaust. This involved legislation like the Nuremberg Laws and the organization of state-sponsored pogroms such as Kristallnacht, which actually had their 85th, I believe. No, trying to remember how many. I think it was 85 years. Recently, it was the anniversary of Kristallnacht, actually, not that long ago. So then we also have the propaganda machine. The Nazis effectively used state-controlled media, including newspapers, films, and radio broadcasts to spread this anti-Semitic propaganda. This propaganda was sophisticated and persuasive, shaping public opinion by depicting Jews as the source of Germany's economic problems and social decay. This constant bombardment of anti-Semitic messaging was a key tool in desensitizing the German public to the escalating persecution of the Jewish people.
And I think that's really the key there is the desensitization, because I think you're running into that now, contemporary-wise. So anti-Semitism in the contemporary world is a little bit different, but certainly still present. There's a resurgence in incidents. In recent times, there's been a noted increase in anti-Semitic incidents globally. These incidents range from vandalism and hate speech to violent attacks. Unlike the Nazi era, contemporary anti-Semitism is not typically part of an overt government policy, but rather manifests at the level of individual actions and groups, some of which can be classified as extremist or terrorist in nature. You also have the role of digital platforms today, which we already talked about briefly. The proliferation of the internet and social media has radically changed the landscape of how anti-Semitic ideologies are spread. These platforms often serve as echo chambers, where harmful stereotypes and conspiracy theories about Jewish people can be circulated rapidly and without traditional filters or controls. Unlike the centralized state-controlled propaganda of the Nazi era, modern anti-Semitic rhetoric is more decentralized, but can be just as pervasive and insidious in its reach.
So some key considerations. So you have the scale and intensity. While contemporary anti-Semitism is a serious concern, its scale and intensity differ from state-orchestrated genocidal campaigns of the Nazis. The Holocaust remains a uniquely horrific manifestation of anti-Semitism. The global response. So today's world, informed by the lessons of the Holocaust, tends to have stronger institutional and societal responses against anti-Semitism. Numerous countries have laws criminalizing hate speech and Holocaust denial, and there are global efforts to combat and educate against anti-Semitism. Granted, there is also a push in some countries, including the United States, to manipulate the education system for political purpose, something anti-Semitism instruction could easily fall victim to. Then we also have the challenges of the digital age. The decentralized nature of the internet poses unique challenges in monitoring and countering anti-Semitic content. Online hate speech can be more elusive and requires nuanced approach to balance freedom of speech with the need to prevent hate speech and violence.
While the form and expression of anti-Semitism have evolved from the state-driven, systematic approach of the Nazi era to the more fragmented and decentralized incidents of today, the underlying prejudices and stereotypes remain a concerning continuity. The modern challenge lies in adapting the changing landscape of communication and globalization in which these harmful ideologies persist and spread. So, clearly there are differences between today's anti-Semitism and the Nazi era. One of the concerns that I have is what you're seeing today is more toned down in that it's not the same level of state-sponsored hatred that you were getting during the Nazis, which makes it more appealing to a larger group of people who would have been less inclined to support some of the policies of the Nazis, but it still strikes a note with the prejudices that they have, where they might not want to take Jews and put them in concentration camps, but we're not going to let Jews have jobs in this sector, or we're not going to let them live in this neighborhood, or we're going to, do the various violent things that we see now. And it makes it almost more palatable to a larger group of people because you're not catering to that extremist group. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, unfortunately, again, right now with what's going on, there is the violence going on. There are people that are out there that it's not the Holocaust. It's not let's put you in a concentration camp. It's let's just kill the Jews. Like, that's what is so scary, is there are people who in almost every country right now, people that are being attacked only because they are Jewish. You have a woman in France who a group of people broke into her house and beat her up and almost left her for dead only because she was Jewish. So unfortunately, from what I'm seeing, it's almost worse in a way.
That's my point. That's exactly my point, is because it's not
it's not let's gather you up and put you someplace. It's we're just going to take care of you right now.
Right, but it's done almost on an individual basis.
Yes, there's nobody saying we're the Nazis.
Right. You don't need to have that overt,
I can just
obvious presence.
Right. I just hate Jews, so I'm going and attacking you.
Right. And that's my point, is that because it's being done
yes. Okay.
less from a government policy standpoint and more from a grassroots standpoint,
right,
it brings more of those hatred-filled people into the mix,
right,
to take action that they wouldn't normally have taken.
Right. There are people who would normally use Uber for rides or to get food, who have gone in and changed their profile so that they don't have a Jewish sounding name, or if they're going and getting a ride, don't put in their actual home address. They're going 2 blocks away to pick up a ride because they don't know who's coming to pick them up.
And this is very similar to the 1970s when you had the various terrorist organizations that were anti-Jew that were going out there and kidnapping people and hijacking planes. And when people would travel, they would travel with dual passports, and they would present, a passport from another country, not from Israel, or they'd remove, jewelry that they had on that would signify their faith and stuff like that.
Yep.
Where they were forced to hide their faith just to not be targets. And we're back into that situation again. And this was just the 1970s that this had happened.
Right. Just this past weekend, one of the New York City libraries was defaced with anti-Semitic rhetoric. That's New York City. This is, and if any city is a melting pot, you would think it wouldn't be happening there, where you expect small town whatever that maybe has only 2 Jewish people in the town, if any, that would be the place where you'd have this huge outpour of anti-Semitic. But New York City, like, that just boggles my mind and just makes me sad and angry and mad and everything else that's what's out there.
So one of the things that we've certainly seen over the last 5 years, 6 years, has been this push in schools to change curricula that I don't want to say it alters history, but it certainly downplays certain aspects
They want
of history.
nice history.
Right.
Yeah.
Given the historical context of the Holocaust, how important do you think it is to learn about and understand these events in today's education system? And do you think it's happening?
Well, I know in our school system, it has been. They've done various things. I know she read The Diary of Anne Frank, and that was a very big push to learning it. And even younger than that, there were little hints of it. So I think it's, it should be age appropriate, but I think just with any other history lesson, it's something that needs to be taught. But I think it also is the same thing for Japanese Americans with the internment camps. None of that when I was in school was ever taught. That was something that was kind of glossed over. So I don't want to say, yes, it should be just the Holocaust. No, I think we need to go back and learn all of these things that the country has done to its own people or other countries have done to their own people, because if you forget it and you don't teach it, you're going to relive it. And that's always been something, I've known about the Holocaust since I was very young, going to Hebrew school, and that's where I learned it. I learned it in Hebrew school. I didn't learn it in school until high school. I think that was really the first time we ever talked about it, but I had already known all about it. I don't want to say I was desensitized to it, but I knew about it. So okay. And I even remember being excused from one of the classes because I already knew. The teacher didn't want to bore me with anything or upset me. So if you want to go to the library, feel free. Okay, sure, I'll go. But that's just always been something, like I said, we've always been taught as a Jewish people, we have to keep talking about it. We have to keep teaching about it, because the minute we stop, it's going to happen again. And that's where I think so many people right now, with everything that's going on, we feel like if we don't speak up and say something, that we're kind of going down that road again to being put, into a concentration camp. How scary is it that people are posting on Facebook, if something happens, will you hide me? And that people aren't responding to it, that people feel the need that they have to even put that out there because they're in such fear of their life. Like that's no way for anybody to live, no matter what religion or background or, race you are, to have that fear.
Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about it on the show today, because it is getting to that point. It's getting to the point where we're really threatening to go back down that path again. And with the coming election and, one of the major candidates in this election, it's a significant threat. And the things that are being said by this candidate now tell you that that's the kind of world that he wants to live in, where he's the one that's in charge. He's the guy that's picking and choosing who goes to the camp and who doesn't. So we're going to take another break. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at the real risk of history repeating itself. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest.
Because the husband won't let her go to theme parks anymore.
We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com.
That she gets emotional at every time she does.
Things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Uh-oh.
So what is the risk of history repeating itself? So the question of whether history might repeat itself in the context of rising nationalism and anti-Semitism is both complex and crucial. While there are parallels in rhetoric and sentiment with the 1930s and 40s, significant changes in the global political landscape and institutional frameworks suggest a different trajectory, albeit not without its own set of risks. So what are the institutional safeguards? Well, since World War II, the establishment of international institutions like the UN and various human rights treaties, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, has created a global framework aimed at preventing the reoccurrence of mass atrocities. These institutions work towards promoting peace, security, and human rights, offering a platform for international cooperation and intervention which was lacking in the pre-World War II era. However, history over the last 30 years has proven that mass atrocities, ethnic cleansings, and continued human rights violations still occur all too frequently.
So what about the human rights norms? So there is now a stronger global consensus on human rights norms. The horrors of the Holocaust were a key catalyst in the formation of these norms, and they serve as a moral compass that guides international relations and national policies, although adherence varies by country. But rogue nations and even rogue politicians have proven their ability to avoid prosecution from world courts while still committing violations of basic human rights. Then we have the democratic resilience. So many countries have developed more robust democratic structures compared to the early 20th century. These structures are designed to safeguard against authoritarianism through checks and balances, independent judicial systems, free press, and regular fair elections. However, even the bastion for demographic government, the United States, has proven that it is not immune to wavering from these beliefs with the election of self-serving, corrupt politicians more concerned with their own personal vendettas and agendas than what is right for the country as its people. I have no idea who you were talking about with that. I can't put my finger on it.
So despite all those ups and some downs, there are still persistent and emerging risks. Economic and social turmoil, for instance. Economic uncertainty and rapid social changes remain potent catalysts for nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments. Economic recessions, job insecurity, and perceived threats to cultural identity can lead people to seek simplistic solutions and scapegoats, as we've seen in the 1930s and 40s. Which really is perfect that accused the Imperial March at that time.
It's like, wow.
That was not done in post, folks. Our Star Wars game is now playing the Imperial March when I get to that point. Polarization and populism. The rise of populist leaders and the increased political polarization in many countries echo some aspects of the pre-World War II era. Populist leaders often employ nationalistic rhetoric and may flirt with xenophobic and anti-Semitic sentiments to galvanize their base, creating a divided and potentially volatile political landscape. So one of the things that Hitler did, and did very well as a politician, was tune into people's hate. And he used hate as a motivator. And there are politicians today, not just in the United States, but primarily in the United States, I'm referring to, who do exactly the same thing. They can pinpoint exactly what people want to hate or what they're prone to hate, and then just open up a can of it for them and use that to lead them around. And then all of a sudden you have this rabid group of literally mindless followers that will do anything for you if you feed that hatred.
Mhm.
They'll even try and overthrow the most successful democracy in the history of the human race, all because you're teaching them to hate. What are your thoughts on that? How dangerous do you think that is, that the human mind can be that susceptible to that kind of transparent manipulation?
I think it's very scary, and that's is just looking at the past few years, how much more that it's become acceptable for that to happen, and that there aren't more people out there going, "What are you, nuts? That's not where." That's what just kind of blows my mind. And these educated people that are just letting it happen, that aren't coming out and saying, no, 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 don't do that. That's wrong. Because you still have these people saying, no, come this way. This is the right way. We're the right people. Everything's been stolen from you. We're going to give it back to you. But yet they haven't done anything to make it better for those other people. And some of them have woken up, but a lot of them are still drinking the Kool-Aid, I think. And it almost, there are days when it kind of makes you wonder, maybe I should just drink the Kool-Aid. Maybe
Yeah, that's
then
dangerous.
No, and I get it. And that's where it's almost, it almost makes you wonder, am I the crazy one? Maybe I'm not in reality. Everybody else is in the reality. Like, how can people let this happen and everybody think it's okay and nobody's standing up to these people? It just makes you think, oh, well, then it must be me if nobody else is standing up for them, or nobody else thinks this is wrong.
Well, it's funny you put it that way, because it reminds me of an old Three Stooges skit. And it's, a takeoff on Nazis and Hitler and stuff. And Moe declares himself a dictator. And one of the other Stooges says, well, what's a dictator? He says, well, a dictator, he promises the people everything, gives them nothing, then takes it all. And that's exactly what our politicians try to do on a regular basis to us.
Yeah.
And this was, a social commentary by comedians 80 years ago.
Right.
And we still haven't learned from it.
Right.
What is wrong with society that society allows this to keep happening?
Right. And granted, yes, there is good in the world. There are people out there who are trying to make a difference. But it just seems like you always knew there were still Nazis around. They never went away. They were just kind of quiet. They were just kind of, in the background. You knew when you traveled certain places, okay, we're going to bypass this area, or we're not going to go here if we're of a certain color or a certain race, or if we look a certain way because of whatever. Where now it's out in the open. They're not ashamed at all to fly a flag.
And that's the
promoting
thing. You make a very good point. They're not ashamed. There was a mark of shame to be a Nazi. And society wouldn't allow them to see light of day.
Right.
So anything that they did had to be backroom stuff, away from society.
If you had
and
a pin, you had it, under your lapel. And, if you met somebody who you thought maybe,
right.
Oh, okay. And then
it was the Hail Hydra type stuff.
Right. Right.
But now somehow in the last 10 years, society has been dragged into the gutter to allow these people to see the light of day
You go
and
to
to flourish.
Disney World, and outside of the gates of Disney World, you would have protesters walking around with big giant banners with swastikas all over them. And
it's because society normalized it.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah.
not all of society. Certain segments of society. You had 4 years in this country that normalized it.
right.
You had 4 years in this country when neo-Nazis were referred to as decent people.
Right.
That's what normalized it.
Right.
That's why we're here today.
Mhm. Yep.
And it has to stop.
Absolutely.
We have to not let history repeat itself.
Mhm.
We're going to take our last break. We'll come back and then we'll wrap up. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. And we are back. So, in conclusion, we're going to talk about some different contexts. So, today's world differs significantly from that of the 1930s and 1940s in terms of international cooperation and the general global awareness of the dangers posed by extreme nationalist and racial ideologies. So, this awareness acts as a bulwark. Okay, sure. Against the repeat of history on the same scale as the Holocaust. Unfortunately, a select segment of the population seems intent on ignoring history or whitewashing it to their own ends, which could threaten any lesson from the past from being forgotten or simply ignored. Vigilance is definitely the key. However, the continued presence of nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments, especially in times of crisis, requires constant vigilance. History may not repeat itself in the exact same manner, but the underlying human tendencies that led to the past atrocities can resurface in new forms. Despite the horrific past that should never be forgotten, prejudice and hatred still remain and dominating influence over many people around the world, a fact that we can't lose sight of.
So there are certain proactive measures that we can take. To mitigate these risks, proactive measures are necessary. This includes maintaining strong democratic institutions, promoting inclusive economic policies, and fostering educational programs that highlight the dangers of extreme ideologies. And I just want to take a quick aside about promoting democratic institutions. We have to not allow people who operate outside of the norms of a democratic institution from holding power. You cannot allow someone who refused to follow the laws and who tried to literally overthrow the country into a leadership position again. You cannot allow that person into leadership. You cannot allow anyone who supported them or backed them or even send sympathies to them during that time period. You have an individual who literally tried to overthrow the country, and he's running for the same office again, and somehow he's allowed to. That's a disgrace to everything that is democratic in nature.
While having how many indictments?
72, I think he's up to now.
I've lost count.
Twice impeached. We, as a people, need to do better and can do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the possible candidates that are out there, why is he up?
Mm-hmm.
Is the question.
Right.
It also means speaking out against those who would seek a return of the narrow-minded hatred of the past, much like we try to do on this show. We have only ourselves to blame if we allow another monster to come to power who is more interested in personal gain and punishing those who think or are different than themselves. While the risk of history repeating itself in the exact mold of the 1930s and 40s is mitigated by various factors, the underlying dangers of nationalism and anti-Semitism, especially in tumultuous times like now, remain relevant concerns. The lessons from history emphasize the need for constant defense of democratic values and human rights to prevent any slide back into the darkest chapters of human history. So in your opinion, how well do you think our society today understands and remembers the dangers of extreme nationalist and radical racial ideologies like those that led to the Holocaust?
I don't know, because we're kind of going through a lot of that again with the recent events. I don't think there's, enough people realize what they're doing is what started everything the first time around.
So, all right, let me ask you this. Given society's apparent emphasis on proactive measures and speaking out against narrow-minded hatred, what do you think is the role of an individual in today's society in preventing the rise of extreme ideologies? What can the average person do?
Try and get yourself informed. Go out there and be a support person. Be an ally for someone that's being marginalized. Learn both sides of the story to be informed, because there are truths to both sides, and that's with everything. Thinking back to when COVID first happened, and what our then president, the China virus, and just saying that, how much hatred there was and bigotry that was going on for Asian people that were being beat up in the street, that were just walking in the street, weren't doing anything wrong, and people were just going up and beating up on them because of this virus that came from China. They had nothing to do with it.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing now with this anti-Semitism, and you look at the different protests that you have and the different marches that you have, the pro-Israeli and the pro-Palestine, and you can see this, the total difference between night and day. One is peaceful and one is not. There's no, I haven't seen, and I'm sure there are some pro-Palestinian marches that are peaceful, but all the ones that, again, the media has been showing or that you see are all violent.
Well, and if I'm going to play devil's advocate,
Sure.
I would say that's the fake media that's
True.
trying to dictate the narrative, right?
I'm sure it is, but yet you're still seeing all of this hatred for Israelis, for Jewish people. And the thing is, not every Israeli is Jewish. And not every
Jewish person is Israeli.
Right. So that's where people are kind of like, there's a good portion of Jewish people that can blend in with the white folk. We are not white. We just happen to be, depending on where, we went from Israel, where our, ancestors ended up and who we mixed with or stayed with, determined what we kind of look like. But with Jews, we're all different shades. We're all different colors. So some of us aren't able to be spotted, I guess.
Well, and I think really what it boils down to is the methodology of riling people up with hatred.
Mm-hmm.
It's like taking a little tinker toy, a wind-up tinker toy,
Mhm.
and you're just twisting that hatred wheel
Right.
inside there and winding it up, setting it down and letting
And
it
it's
go.
just going to go.
And it just goes. You don't know. You have no
Mhm.
control. You have no idea where it's going.
Yeah.
But the chaos that it creates
Mm-hmm.
is what these people that are creating the hatred are looking for, because that's what drives their agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got somebody out there who's trying to get you to hate something or someone, or to be violent, or to protest, or
Right.
whatever, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about who it is that they want you to target, and think about how that person who's asking you to do that is going to benefit from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're going to benefit from it more than you are, you're just a pawn at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Think for yourself. Go out. There is fake news.
Mhm.
News organizations are driven by ratings.
Mhm.
They put the stuff out there that gets them the most ratings and gets them the most money. Don't be afraid to go out there and cite your news from 3, 4, 5, 6 different news organizations out there. If you take the time to educate yourself, you'll figure out. You're smart enough. I have faith in the people out there, the American people, and human beings in general. If you wade through enough of that news, you'll figure out what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to the point where you figured out what the truth is, you'll realize how bad you've been manipulated, and how these people in power are the ones that are basically getting you to do their dirty work for them. So educate yourself. There's no substitute for education. And I think that's really the bottom line here, is the only way to combat hatred and anti-Semitism and all of nationalism is just a method of control. The only way to combat any of these manipulative practices is to educate yourselves. And that's where the internet comes into play. You have so many opportunities today to educate yourself. Be smart about it. Don't be intellectually lazy. Don't take your news from one source, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whoever. Don't take any single source of news on face value. Go out and do a little research. That's what we do when we put these shows together. I think that's it. Did we have anything else we want to talk about?
I think I'm good.
All right. Before we do go, though, I want to take one more opportunity to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're anywhere you get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, etc. I would also write in. This is a great opportunity to write in with your hate mail and tell us how much you disagree with this or how much you agree with this. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on X at insights_things. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff,
Right.
Understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this.
Right. Not knowing.
Not knowing that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rule-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe v. Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. And new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages for wages, well, wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. and then there's a long period of time until it happens again.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think this compares to other fights, civil rights, for instance? How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities?
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it, because again, our attention span, is, we have short attention span theater, of our minds. Look at, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you have the gun reforms that are they're trying to pass, but again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus, because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who, with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, but no, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of. I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that, because obviously media is one aspect, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? So Wyoming, it was the 1800s when, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth, it was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. There was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination
right,
against women
okay,
on this one.
Okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been won, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time, because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election
or the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
will make it harder,
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's...
Do you feel threatened by that?
Fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want, and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away, now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
well, there's certain
somebody
factors like cost of living and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That you have to factor in
totally. I totally.
But compensation-wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention because there's always these websites you can go to and say, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm,
is it because you're a woman or because you're a one-of-a-kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently at my company had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another,
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level. Mm-hmm. A lot of states are making progress with women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the door's open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, your local. But I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, eventually see something.
What's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women. Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has for over a century had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to your only job in life is to raise the family and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to do in their life. If that's
what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
Right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly.
In the
But don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, you know, is her own, you know, and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, you know, she's also surrounded, you know, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too, and that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
educate,
carry me along in that journey.
Yes,
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, you know, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population that are targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. You know, the fact that they're not including accessibility, common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when excuse me, when absentee voting was done because we were in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
A pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. Mm-hmm. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see,
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government, again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s. And then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination.
Never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position? Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasurer, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. Top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you,
so
while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the first time a woman...
Right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at... Obviously, there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. But what annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use. Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's hope and pray. We'll talk about
prayers
that.
And thoughts.
We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
Rip into it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision? Because the day before, they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
for over 100 years,
designed to save lives.
Right.
Which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
Right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment, nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right.
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia.
Right.
Which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
right.
So
because it's all up for interpretation. Yep. That's what it is.
So the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we really don't give a damn about it because you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah.
If that is not...
That's profound.
With between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that... How?
Yeah, it highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy coming out of today's Supreme Court.
Right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion... I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb. Yeah. And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the 2 rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions. Because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court
Right.
decision, which honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem.
Right.
Is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right. And that's where now, okay, so everybody's, kind of, you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were going to be jailed, and the woman who received it was going to be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's going to stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of, gay and lesbian couples, you're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision,